The Honorable Mithika Linturi, welcome to this committee. Most of these members are your colleagues you have worked and served with in Parliament. But that notwithstanding, they will engage you robustly on the suitability or otherwise of you as a nominee to the docket of the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture. Before we engage any further, we want to introduce the committee. It's a committee of Parliament, as you know, grounded and founded in the standing orders, in the law and in the Constitution, that places a responsibility on Parliament to conduct confirmation hearings or vetting of persons nominated by the President to hold the position of Cabinet Secretary in our Republic. You've been given the privilege of that nomination, and you have to go through this process. The committee is chaired by the Speaker of the National Assembly, yours truly here, and I'll invite members to introduce themselves, starting with the Deputy Speaker.
I am Gladys Boss, member for Uasin Gishu County, and also Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Karibu.
Wandai.
My name is Opio Wandai, MP Ugunja.
My name is Owen Baya, MP for Kilifi North.
Yeah, my name is Robert Mbui, MP for Kadhiani.
My name is Rehab Mokami, County MP Nyeri.
My name is Ferdinand Kevin Wanyonyi, Member of Parliament, Kwanza, Trans Nzoia County.
Good morning. My name is George Gitonga Murugara, Member of Parliament for Tharaka Constituency, Tharaka Nithi County. The nominee is actually my neighbor. He's also my friend. But that is not going to affect my impartiality in any way, and I will do a job for the country.
David Kosing, my name, MP Poko South, West Pokot County.
Speaker, my name is Abdul Rahim Dawood, MP for North Imenti, Meru County, and I want to declare interest that the nominee is a friend of mine for more than 25 years, as well as being the immediate former senator for Meru and a colleague as my chairman of Meru Parliamentary Group as until last year. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Mishimboko MP Likoni, a member of this committee.
Good morning, Nelson Arap Koech, MP Belgut.
Good morning, everyone. Caleb Amisi, MP Saboti.
Dido Raso, MP Saku.
Abdi Shurie, MP Balambala, Garissa County.
Stephen Mule, MP Matungulu.
Naisula Lesuda, MP Samburu West.
We also have our secretariat headed by our clerk.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. My name is Sarah Kioko. I am the acting clerk of the National Assembly, and I have with me the director in charge of audit, appropriation, and other select committees, Ms. Florence Abonyo, and the deputy director, legal services, Mr. Michael Karuru, and quite a number of other staff who are assisting this committee. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. So the Honorable Linturi, this being a recently qualified lawyer, you know about adversarial proceedings and non-adversarial proceedings. These proceedings are not adversarial. We are on a facts-finding mission on your suitability to hold the office to which you have been nominated, like we have done to all your other colleague nominees. We expect absolute respect, decorum, and candor in the manner in which we relate in this inquiry. We expect that you answer every question put to you through the chair, and all members have done very well and advise that all questions are also through the chair. So we limit completely any exchanges between the nominee and the members of the committee. We will also, for a start, after a few preliminaries, give you 10 minutes or less to tell us the story of your life. Who is Mythical Induri? Franklin. Your journey to where you are seated. At the end of the proceedings, we'll give you also an opportunity for 3 minutes to tell us your closing wish. Having listened to you, you have the capacity to assess how you have performed, what you want us to do with you in this regard. Now, before we start, I'll ask you a few documentations that we require. I have been told by the clerk that certain affidavits sent in by members of the public were forwarded to you to look at and respond. You did not choose to depone in any rebuttal, but you are at liberty to give answers to any questions that may be asked in relation to those affidavits. The election to depone or not to depone is entirely yours, but the committee will not prevent you from saying anything in relation to those affidavits, in rebuttal or in affirmation of the contents therein. Do you have your tax compliance certificate from KRA?
Yes, I do.
You've already forwarded to us?
Yes.
Yes, the clerks will want to see the originals to compare with what you have sent to us after we have run through the list. Do you have the clearance from the Higher Education Loans Board?
Yes, I do.
Do you have clearance with the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, ASCC?
Yes, I do.
Do you have a certificate of good conduct?
Yes, I do.
From DCI?
Yes, I do.
From Mr. Kinoti?
Yes, I do. Of course, after his departure, I got a clearance.
It's with a light touch. I know you had running battles with Kinoti. Have you ever been charged and convicted of a criminal offense in any court of law?
I have been charged, but never convicted.
Have you ever been adversely mentioned in any parliamentary committee report?
No.
Are you a dual citizen of Kenya and any other sovereign?
No.
You have your identity card as well. You'll show the original to compare with what you sent to us. At a personal level, what is your financial net worth? Some of your finances have been in public domain.
Mr. Chairman, my financial net worth, which includes my investments in various companies in this country and other investments in circles, are to the tune of around 1.2 billion.
1.2 billion.
Yes.
Segregation or tabulation?
Mr. Speaker, sorry, Mr. Chairman.
You can use them interchangeably. Yes.
Yeah, I have listed a list of the immovable assets that I own in a page in the statement of net worth that includes properties that are developed. I've also put in a list of all the vehicles that are available for my personal use. And I've also put in the amounts of shares that I owned in various constitutions, one including the parliamentary circle, which I am a member. Mr. Speaker, I've also listed in directorship of in different companies where I'm one of the largest shareholders, which is also on page 16. So paragraph 16 from the questionnaire, and all these total to the tune of around 1.2 billion.
Good. What are your current and anticipated sources of income?
My current incomes is the money that I get out of rental income, out of business that I do, like I am a dairy farmer. I keep cows and goats. I do sukuma wiki. And Mr. Speaker, the amount of money that I think I am expecting that to get probably in the near future is beyond 1 billion. Mr. Speaker, I have court awards that have been taxed and not been paid. And one that I'm trying to deal with is the EACC, who owes me money for wrongful prosecution. The other, Mr. Speaker, is government for failure to pay for works done. That is how what constitutes to beyond 1 billion shillings.
I will now invite you, Honorable Mythical Inturi, for under 10 minutes to tell us the story of your life.
Before I proceed, Mr. Chairman, if you may allow me, let me clarify that I only got one affidavit from the clerk and not two. I am willing and ready to answer to that question so that I don't get ambushed on something that was not presented to me. I only got one from Transparency International.
Go ahead. I also clarify, the clerk had mentioned affidavits, but now she says that is the only affidavit that was received. The one from Transparency International. You may proceed.
Mr. Speaker.
Does the clerk want something from you?
Yeah, but there's a document I want to refer you to so that when it comes around, probably you may be able to guide me on how to proceed on these particular questions, which I'm supposed to give satisfactory answers to.
Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, having been a member of Parliament and having understood our practice, I want you to guide me on how I need to proceed in answering questions where I may end up discussing matters that are before courts for determination. And Mr. Speaker, when I see, and I'm so happy, but regret at the same time because of that sub judice rule, probably I may not be able to explain to this country properly who Mithika Linturi is. I want to bring to your attention and to tell the country.
Honorable Mithika Linturi, you are not at liberty to anticipate any questions. You only answer questions that will be asked to you by the members. What I've invited you to do, and I'm sure you've been watching some of the proceedings from your colleagues, is who is Mithika Linturi? I was born here, I grew up here, I went to school here, I have done this in my life, I've encountered some obstacles, I have surmounted them or not, and I have been given the privilege to be what I am today. Something like that.
I'm guided.
So don't anticipate any questions. The questions will be asked by these members to you. And when they're asked, you are not entitled also to frame your own questions and answer them. You'll answer the questions that will be asked only.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Accordingly guided.
Yes.
And I think, Mr. Speaker, my life began back in the late 1969, because that is when I was born, in a village called Iriaki in Igembe South constituency, formerly known Igembe North, Igembe District. Mr. Speaker, I was born from a very humble family, and what I remember most is when I was growing up and hunting cows or goats in a forest called Ndune near my home, when I was arrested by the chief in around 1978 to take me to school. That time, Mr. Speaker, the test that was used to check anybody that had grown of age to get to school was to lift your hand on top of your hand and see whether you would be able to touch the other side of your ear. That's when I went to Mwamba Primary School, and for around 8 years, I went to, again, Mr. Speaker, to Igembe Secondary School. And the other thing that also makes me remember my first day in school, Mr. Speaker, and because of that I'm beginning, is when we were admitted and we were required to carry shoes and other items that we would use in school. Was that I went to school, my shoes in the box, and carrying the box on my hand to school, and everybody was laughing at me because they couldn't understand why I had not put on the shoes and had to carry the shoes in the box. Thereafter, I stayed there, Mr. Speaker, and after Form 4, I also went to Meru Technical School, and Mr. Speaker, thereafter, after finishing Meru Technical School, my father thought then I should have stayed at home to assist him in his coffee farm, because I'm from a family of 8, and then he required to spend some of his little earnings to educate my brothers and sisters. I became difficult. after attending to my father's tea farm and coffee for some time, and then decided to rebel and go to look for something else to do. And that's how I left that home with only 30 shillings, without any clothes in a bag, without knowing where I would sleep. And my hustling life started from there. I made friends with many that I remember would be my role models. And during the course of life, I got interested in doing business here and there, and that's when I started business. I first of all got very interested in pursuing insurance, and I was the founder member of Access Insurance. Mr. Speaker, as I was doing business, I met very many people who inspired me in different ways, and some of the people I met and actually who inspired me to think about the politics and public service were the likes of the late Kennedy Matiba, Kina Muite, Raila Odinga, and even the late Kina Njaramogi. The late Kabando Wafula Mbuke and I were the first young boys, and Antai Wankuraru, who we were there, and the boys of the Safina party, and the late Liki was the Secretary General. The first time I got charged in court, Mr. Speaker, was around that time, the year 2002, when I was alleged to have, and Mporo Apori, who is also my friend, we are very close, and we were charged with the offense that time. I think the charge was defective of trying, because we had learned prayers, and it was construed that we were praying for the death of the president then. So we were charged for incitement. The matters went to court. We were lucky that we couldn't afford a legal fees to pay lawyers, and I thank Muturi Kigano and Muite, because these are the people that came to our rescue. We were acquitted. That is when I realized how important it was to have good friends. From there, Mr. Speaker, when we got interested.
Finish up in 2 minutes. You've already done your 10.
I got interested in running for a parliamentary position, and I first of all ran under Safina ticket. I lost. The next election, I ran on 40 people. I lost, and then in the year 2007, I ran on a Kano ticket, and I was elected as a member of parliament for Igembe South, and from that time I have been a member of parliament for 3 terms consecutively until last election, when I decided to run as governor for Meru, and lost to the current governor. And Mr. Speaker, thereafter, in the wisdom of the current president, who I thank, decided to nominate me as candidate, as nominee for the position of CS Agriculture. And Mr. Speaker, That's why I'm here. Before this honorable committee, ready to answer any question that may arise.
Excellent. Thank you, Honorable Linduri. We'll now open the floor to members to ask you questions. We advise that we'll take them in batches of 4, and then you can answer them, and we go to another batch of 4. We allow members to seek clarifications where you are not clear. And even those who have asked when there's something burning, we give them an opportunity for a second bite. I'll start with the Deputy Speaker.
Good morning and congratulations, Honorable Linturi, on your nomination as Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture and Livestock Development. As you know, that is a docket that is the people of Uasin Gishu County are immensely interested. As you know, agriculture is the largest sector of the Kenyan economy and the first pillar of the Kenya Kwanza manifesto. I'm sure you also know that agriculture has the highest employment multiplier effect. And this is a question that was asked of me to ask you by my 25-year-old son, who is a farmer. He says the average age of the farmers in Kenya is 65, yet the highest unemployed people are the young people. So the question is, what are your plans to ensure that farming becomes profitable and that the farmers are assured of predictable income so that you can capture these young people who are unemployed? The other question is, how do you plan to assist the creation of jobs within the agriculture sector to address the high level of unemployment in the country which afflicts the youth? Thank you.
The Honorable Majority Leader, Ichungwa.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. For the record, my name is Kimani Ichungwa, MP Kikuyu. Honorable Linturi, as the Deputy Speaker has indicated, and I'm sure you're aware that agriculture forms one of the core pillars, is actually the first pillar in the Kenya Kwanza manifesto. And you're aware, I'm sure you know that it is one of the sectors that has the highest employment multiplier effect, and probably that's why the Honorable Shole is asking what plans you have to ensure that agriculture becomes profitable and creates jobs for millions of Kenyans who have no jobs. But also I would want to hear what are your plans, if approved as Minister for Agriculture, to dismantle the monopolistic cartels that have made agriculture not profitable to the majority of farmers, and especially in the dairy sector. I would want to hear what plans you have to make sure that you dismantle those monopolistic cartels to make sure that our dairy farmers are able to earn a decent living out of their agricultural endeavors. To Honorable Linturi, you have said you were arrested by a chief at a very young age to be taken to school. And as fate would be, up to very recently, we've seen you being arrested. And I heard you also arrested during the Kanu days and charged with incitement to violence. Maybe Mr. Speaker would need to declare interest, because Honorable Linturi, we have worked together in UDA and in the campaigns. And I may be privy to information that contributed to his arrest. I don't know whether Honorable Linturi, you would find it proper, because there is already the affidavit that has been filed by Transparency International that touches on a very serious crime. And I do know the circumstances, because you had shared with me and a group of us prior to your arrest the circumstances around the issues that have been raised there. Maybe it would be only proper that you share that information with the committee on the circumstances that led to your arrest, whether you are the villain or the victim, and clarify that issue. To Honorable Linturi, I see that you have attached a degree.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes.
Chair. We are also listening very keenly to the majority leader's questions, but he's not coming out clearly. We would also like to get the benefit of what exactly he's asking. So when you're talking about a situation, maybe you can give us which situation, because the nominee has been arrested severally, not once or twice.
So which arrest are you referring to, the Honorable Chungwa? The first one was really not an arrest by the chief. The chief abducted him and took him to school. I think it's just a question of using the wrong language. He was captured by the chief while looking after cattle and taken to school. Isn't that so? That's what you meant?
Yes.
Yes. But the rest are arrests by different agencies.
I think definitely, Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Mbuyu should be aware, of course, that the first one, I think, it is his description of arrest, and he has explained the second one. And the Honorable Speaker also did indicate that the Honorable Inturi has had some run-ins with DCI Kinoti, and that is the incident that I'm referring to, because he did share with me or a group of us at the time we were being tormented by the former regime. In fact, Honorable Speaker, is that just that we were sharing information that had come to our attention, that a number of us were targeted for arrests and kidnappings and those sort of things. And the Honorable Linturi happened to share with us an incident that had happened to him, and that was long before his arrest, and that's why I'm asking, because it's information that he knows, and that's what I was asking. Maybe it would help in the issue that has been petitioned on by Transparency International. Lastly, Honorable Inturi, you have attached a degree from the University of Nairobi for a Bachelor of Laws that you graduated in December, 21st day of December in the year 2018. And I also know that at the time, I think you indicated you wanted to run for governor. The same DCI Kinoti had attempted to either investigate or charge you on some degree certificate that he said was fake. Could it be this degree certificate that you have put here in the file? Maybe you can also clarify whether this is a degree that was under investigations by DCI Kinoti. Thank you.
One day.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Linturi and I served in the 11th Parliament in the National Assembly, so we know each other. Mr. Honorable Linturi, you know, as public officers, indeed as state officers, your life becomes a matter of public interest. And I will pick it up from where the Honorable Inchungwa has left. Because I've looked at your CV, which is in the file, and it shows that you clearly have only one degree, which is Bachelor of Laws, second-class honors, upper division attained in 2018 from the University of Nairobi. And yet again, it is in public domain. As a public officer, you know, we're under scrutiny. That at some point you had an issue with the University of Nairobi concerning some degree. Indeed, the university went ahead to, I think, deregister you or strike your name out of the roll of graduates on account of some forgeries or alleged forgeries. In fact, the matter was taken up by the EACC. I don't know what became of the investigations. So just to be clear, so that this can be rested once and for all. Do you have only one degree from the University of Nairobi, which is a Bachelor of Law? Did you present some other degree to the University of Nairobi for admission to this course? Did you ever get a Bachelor of Commerce degree from an Indian university? These were subjects of speculation at the time of the investigations. Two, is that on the 28th of April, 2021, you were arrested by the DCI. 28th April 2021, or thereabout. You were arrested by the DCI for allegedly using forged signatures to secure some Kenya shillings 530 million loan. What became of this matter? Because I never heard of it again thereafter. Then, when the then, or the current, if it may be true, CS for Interior, Dr. Fred Matiang'i, when he appeared before a Senate committee, if I may recall, he made some very disturbing allegations against you, which again is in public domain. That as director of Articon Limited, alongside one Emily Wantai, you forged company documents to facilitate the borrowing of another Kenya's personal loan of Kenya shillings 100 million without the consent of another shareholder or co-shareholder going by the name Kipchumba Ngetich, who was subsequently again fired from the company for refusing to play ball. Those are the words of Dr. Matiang'i. I'm just paraphrasing him. You may want to shed some light on this, even as you seek to be approved to occupy this very high office. Finally, and the Honorable Chungu has touched on it, the affidavit by one Sheila Masindi, who is the Executive Director of Transparency International, drawn on the 14th of October 2022, it is also again raising very disturbing issues. One, she of course alleges that you were arrested and charged with the offense of attempted rape on the 30th of January 2021. She goes ahead to say that the matter was eventually dropped. Okay? But the charge raised, those are her words, the charge raised serious issues on your integrity. Kindly comment, make a comment on the same. Thanks.
I think those are sufficiently weighty, quite a mouthful. I would allow you to answer those three before we take some more. Starting with the Deputy Speaker, but you can choose to start from the tail end or the top.
Let me, Mr. Speaker, start from the bottom up. So I'll start by answering Mheshimiwa Wandai. And Mr. Speaker, when in my opening remarks, there is an issue that and raised on sub judice, and I will do my best to answer so that I do not touch on the issues that are before court for determination. Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether this document is with you, and I want to answer the issue, the matter on the affidavit of Mbere on the withdrawal or the issue of the attempted rape that he's talking about. And that is indeed the issue that Mheshimiwa Ichung'wa was trying or sharing, because even before this happened, and shared with my very close friends. Mr. Speaker, I'm an open book. In fact, those that write and say have litany of cases is an understatement. As I sit here, I have 35 cases in court as I am sitting here. 35. And these 35...
Of a civil nature or criminal nature?
They are civil, Mr. Speaker. I have no criminal case in any court in this country. And I'm saying the only criminal case that I had in court is a case between the Republic and I, where the complainant was buried. And it's, I think, since everybody knows the kind of band relationship that I had with the NDCI, and my political persuasion that, or the political position I'd taken in the last general election, or since the handshake, Mr. Speaker, I was the complainant. I was the complainant in this case because this was a case of abduction, Mr. Speaker, and it's a case where people wanted to extort money from me, and I will share the affidavit by Beryl herself, where she's saying that she has reconciled her conscience and she has reflected on the facts and the circumstances relating to this complaint, and she has decided on her own volition to withdraw. Mr. Speaker, the DCI himself decided that Medeka must be turned into a victim. It is just last week when the DCI officers came to my office and even brought me the cash bill and the money that they had recovered from the abductors, because immediately I was abducted and I was released after giving 200,000 shillings and they were asking for 1 million shillings. I reported the matter at Nanyuki DCI offices. The record is there, Mr. Speaker. And I remember I was with you. I don't know whether I shared, Mr. Speaker, when we were there in Diani, Mr. Speaker, when we had the Senate committee in Diani in last year, but one, where I was asking whether I would get permission to go to Nanyuki to record a statement to this effect so that these abductors would have been taken to court. But
I missed the Diani meeting.
2 years ago, Mr. Speaker, the Committee on National Security, we had a meeting in Diani. That is the time.
The committee with you, but
yes.
I was not in Diani.
Yeah?
I was a member of the committee with you, I agree, but I was not in Diani.
Yeah, that's where we were. I'm saying the time we were in Diani as a committee. Yes, okay. I was sharing it with the committee, with our chairman.
Yes.
So this is the time when I was required in Nanyuki to do a statement for them to appear before court. Because I was traumatized, immediately they were arrested. And since I didn't make, it is the DCI himself who ordered the farm be transferred from Nanyuki to Nairobi, instructed the DCI then Mr. Muridi. And when this matter came here, people were, other officers were picked, were asked to do different statements. My statements were torn, and they fixed me, framed me as a victim, and that's how I ended up in court. This affidavit from Beryl and Oduor, when she decided to withdraw, has given a condition, and because he was cross-examined by the magistrate, and I've put the ruling from the magistrate here, Mr. Speaker, and which I will be willing to share, that her condition was that the person, I was required to withdraw the extortion complaint I had launched against her and the friends at the Nanyuki. That is what happened, Mr. Speaker. I was framed. The idea was to embarrass me, to demean me.
Making reference to the affidavit, just who is the deponent of that affidavit?
He is a complainant, Beryl Onduor.
Beryl?
Beryl Onduor.
Oduor.
Yes.
Beryl Oduor.
Yes, it's called Beryl Mbero Akoth Owondo, sorry.
Mr. Speaker, can we get copies of that
Can you share
document?
it with
Yes.
And even as, I don't know, as he continues.
So next.
Yes.
Yeah, as he continues, maybe to just clarify clearly where the charges have been dropped within the meaning of Article 157, Article, I think, 8. Or there's simply an application to withdraw or to have them dropped.
Mr. Speaker, the application to withdraw this matter was done by the complainant herself. So an affidavit, and as you know, or you are aware, that the DPP must agree to the withdrawal, sent a letter to the DPP, attached an affidavit to the DPP, and the DPP went to court to seek concurrence from the court on whether the matter should be withdrawn or not. That happened, and Akoth Mberu testified before a magistrate. She was cross-examined, and the magistrate and nothing else other than to assent to a request to withdraw the matter. The ruling from the magistrate is attached to the affidavit of Mberu and Roro. I did not initiate. The only thing that was of a requirement from them was that I was required to withdraw the extortion complaint that I found with the DCI in Nanyuki. That's how the matter was withdrawn. It was not the DPP who decided to do it, but it was moved by the complainant to withdraw the matter.
And did you withdraw also your complaint then?
To date,
on extortion?
To date, Mr. Chairman, I have not. I have not withdrawn, but I can also tell this committee, I have fought so many cases and I don't think I have the energy. I want to frame my mind, given the opportunity, to work for this country. I must also let it go. I must forget the pain, the persecution that I've gone through, and I have left to the conscience of all my persecutors and gone to deal with them, because there are many, as I will continue trying to explain, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you also raised...
Speaker, thank you. I just wanted to ask what you just asked, whether he has withdrawn. But maybe in relation to that, have you been able to establish, other than the complainant in that case, because there are also men who are involved, whether these particular people who are involved were DCI officers? Because why I said I was privy to information, Honorable Speaker, is because I had the same sort of incident with Honorable Linturi when criminals poisoned people in Kikuyu, and DCI Kinoti did exactly the same thing he did with this case. Turned around the case, recalled the file from Kikuyu when we adduced evidence to the Kikuyu DCI offices that indeed the people who are involved in poisoning of people in Kikuyu were DCI officers. And I'm asking that because would you be aware whether the other men may have been DCI officers?
Mr. Speaker, probably I may want to pursue that once there is the overhaul of the DCI's office, the overhaul of the staff at the DCI offices.
No, the question is very simple. Were DCI officers involved in what you are calling a frame-up? If they were, yes. If they were not, no.
Mr. Speaker, I may want to imagine that they must have been, because calling for a file for an offense that took place in Nanyuki, bringing it to Nairobi, assigning it to other officers, and then turning me to a victim when I was the complainant, then it cannot...
Turning into... And the villain, the accused, not the victim.
Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what happened, Mr. Speaker. And if I may proceed, because
Mr. Speaker, even as it continues again,
yes,
maybe because now so many issues have been raised and the names have been dropped, is it possible for Honorable Inturi to just explain to us how the abduction took place? Very, very brief.
And going forward, Honorable Induri, I did advise you only answer questions as they are asked. You will be very safe that way.
Mr. Speaker, I think this happened a long time ago, and some things are not very good to remember because they remind you of those bad memories. Probably when you suffer an abduction is when you may be able to really think, and why it's also even necessary to take people through counseling. It is not an easy thing, and especially when the hand of government agencies is involved. Mr. Speaker, let me answer the issue of the 530 million loan that he's talking about.
He alleged two things.
Yes.
You forged documents to get 530 million, then you forged other documents to get 100 million. So if you can answer those, it will help.
Mr. Speaker, I also invite you to a document that I will share with you, and judgment that was given by Justice Ongood Judge in petition number E068 of 2021. And I need to remind or to inform this committee, which thanks I also give to the Second Senate. I think it is the Second Senate of the Republic of Kenya, because one of the things that I was arrested for, the allegations I was being arrested for when we were to vote for the BBI, are these allegations that Wandai is raising. Mr. Speaker, the matter that Wandai has raised is subject to an High Court matter E138. There are several rulings on this particular issue by Justice Okwani. I will be sharing.
That is the 500 or the 100?
They are all combined. They
are combined?
Yeah, they are all combined.
Oh.
They are all combined, Mr. Speaker. And you remember when I was in my opening remarks, I wanted some clarity on the issue of sub judice, because they are before court. Certain rulings in particular, which I think will be important, on that particular area of the forgery. The judge has properly pronounced herself on this matter and have been exonerated. But the other issues relating to the net worth of this company and whatever it is are still before court. And
so only make reference to the matter that has been concluded by the court. The others remain contested between you and your accusers.
Yes.
Yes.
So it is not true, Mr. Speaker, that I did or any forgeries. And in fact, this was also a situation where the DCI was ending the complainant, the person is referring to take away my investment in this particular company. And Mr. Speaker, when I got arrested, I went to court through a constitutional petition and to stop the prosecution, my prosecution on that matter, without the DCI and the DPP properly putting into context my complaint in this matter, because even in this case, Mr. Speaker, I was the complainant because my company had been taken away by fraudsters. And in the course of investigations and the DCI and other agents and found a way to deal with me, then I was also turned again to be the villain. Mr. Speaker, on the last page of this judgment, which I was going to share, on paragraph 119, because the DCI had completely refused to investigate my complaints in the wisdom of Justice H.I. Ngundu, and directed as follows. Having found that the second respondent did not fully act or investigate the petitioner's complaint launched with him, I direct him to act on the same and forward his findings to the first respondent within 19 days. During the 19 days, the first and second respondents shall not charge or arrest the petitioners. Save for the above, then I find no merit in this allegation. Mr. Speaker, I want to share, because this document, and goes to that is to, I'm bringing this to demonstrate and to show that even when people read or questions are raised, Mr. Speaker, the criminal justice system was somehow are not willing to listen to my complaints, and I am just waiting for the appropriate time. So I'll give this one.
Yes,
to share with the committee.
Chairman, I'm seated next to the nominee. I'm requesting that so that we don't go into a serious health.
Your retort is that you didn't, and you have given a document to buttress that, right?
Yes, I have.
Go to the next issue.
I'm trying to get another ruling from Justice Okwani, where
on the same issue?
On the same issue.
Okay.
Because this was a constitutional petition that stopped my arrest, and the finding of the judge was DCI did not investigate this matter. The other one is where the judge has clearly pronounced herself on the issues of the forgeries that is alleging is talking about.
So did the court say you forged or you didn't?
I did not.
Okay.
Yes.
Just give the ruling. Just give the documents. The clerks will run through and assist the members so that we make progress.
Can I ask?
Point of information, Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
Yes, you've got 90 minutes. You've spent 40 minutes explaining all sorts of cases. Just say, I was not charged on this one. This is the decision, and here is the judgment, and then we'll be able to look at it when we when we retreat. And also, Honorable, through the Speaker, if he's guilty of anything, it will catch up with him even if he's minister. So I think for now, let him explain to us. Let's focus on, I want you to tell me what you're going to do as Minister of Agriculture. I want to know if you're qualified to be Minister of Agriculture. I want to know that you're going to transform the agriculture industry in Kenya. That's more urgent. The other items are before other competent institutions.
Chairman.
Chair.
Chairman.
Yes.
Ikaria. I totally agree with Deputy Speaker and your vice. The vice chair of this committee. If we continue like this, and as you had alluded to that when you started speaking, is that almost half the time is gone. And what we really want is to know, much as this is part of what we are supposed to be looking into through this committee, but I think it is also important that we also consider on other matters, as Sholei has indicated, so that we can be able to see the suitability of the candidate, or mostly on matters to do with agriculture. As I also agree that what is going on is also part of what we are. But at least, as she says, this is the case, this was a judgment, pass it, without stories, again, because it's going to really give us...
Ferdinand?
Thank
you. Nturi is a friend of mine, I want to declare that, but given that Chair, and he has confessed himself publicly that he has over 35 cases, and is tired of these cases. We are looking for somebody who is free, and that means that, Solinturi, you may not have the time and the energy, but they'll keep on coming up to do what we want you to do. Tell us how you're going to, with the 35 cases, it's too much. And you have said yourself, you want to get rid of this, so can you
Order, honorable members, I don't want it to be a free-for-all. Because we have had a very good sequential process of interrogating nominees. Honorable Induri, what you need to do, this is not a trial court. We are not going to establish whether you attempted to rape or not, whether it has been withdrawn or not, whether you are framed or not. The question was put to you by the Honorable Wandai on the rape charges. You have given us documents of withdrawal. This committee will not inquire into exactly what happened. We have a court document. He asked you if you forged documents to secure 2 loans. You have said you didn't. And you have given us documents. Move on to other questions that were asked of you so that we can make progress.
To the university issue, then we can...
Then you asked about the university, and you are supposed to have uttered a degree from India. You have put only 1 degree from the University of Nairobi. And he alleged that you had running arguments with the same university about the same degree. Yeah, if you can answer that, then we can move on to other questions that the Deputy Speaker asked you, and give other members an opportunity also to...
Speaker, I didn't want to disrupt the proceedings, but yes. I want to pick from where you said, let us advise our colleague, Honorable Nzuri is our colleague, that we are not in court, Honorable Speaker, where you can produce all those details and volumes. Maybe it's gotten used to that 35 cases and court. This is just a vetting process. Just bullet, and we proceed.
To the extent that they touch on his integrity, he is at liberty and is obliged to furnish us with documentation that you look at. But as to his innocence or otherwise, there's another agency that can deal with that. We can make inferences on these issues at the end, but we have no capacity to say whether he's guilty of this or not.
The Speaker.
Yes, Dawood.
If you allow me to comment, I think we are probably taking the nominee a little too far. If we ask him a question, he replies, let him give us those documents after the sitting, give it to the clerks. But in a matter of 35 cases, Honorable Wanyonyi is talking about, that is neither here, neither there. He just mentioned it.
It is actually the nominee himself who has walked too far.
He has just said that.
Yes,
that is
and I had told him that to restrict your answers to the questions as they are being asked. And you'll see we'll move very smoothly. So if you finished with Honorable, and I talk about the degrees, come to Honorable Sholei, then I give another batch of colleagues to raise issues. We have about 20 of us, each one itching to ask you something. You know, agriculture is the bedrock of every lively activity of every individual in this country. Those who don't farm still eat what farmers farm.
Chair, can I interject?
Mukami.
I was wondering, because we already have 1 degree and we can see it here, and we have other important matters, we can allow to tackle the other questions, and then he'll give that other document later.
No, the question was asked, he has to answer it.
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, let me answer this question. Mr. Speaker, I'll give you a document which you'll be able to peruse as asked, and the issue that was an issue with the University of Nairobi. And when my studies were discontinued, were that I was doing my Masters of Law. It is not the undergraduate course I was doing. And I had been admitted to pursue a Masters of Law. And Mr. Speaker, I was registered that time.
Let me make it very easy for you.
Yes.
Honorable Inturi.
Yes.
Do you have any dispute with the University of Nairobi that is alive over your LLB degree?
None, Mr. Speaker.
End of story.
That is it. Number two, have you ever uttered anywhere a degree from India?
No, Mr.
Do you have a degree from India?
And Mr. Speaker, yes. And the documents are here to support that. This matter has been canvassed in court in 2 cases, in 3 cases actually, in 2017. There are own documents here. And India. I will not be able to mention on that because the same matter again has been raised. The hearing for this case is on 4th of November.
Issues around your Indian degree.
Yes.
Hold on. Issues around your Indian degree are in court.
Yes.
Is that the reason why you did not attach that disputed Indian degree?
That is not really, Mr. Speaker. It's also because the documents that I attached are the documents I'm able to access. One of the issues where it is.
That's exactly what I'm asking you. That you attached the Kenyan degree from the University of Nairobi because it has no issues.
It doesn't have issues.
The matter rests there. Answer other questions.
Speaker, how does it rest, really? When he has said that he has got an Indian degree, the certificate must be with him. The degree certificate must be with him somewhere.
He says,
yes,
if I got him right, he has an Indian degree. It has issues around it. The issues are in court. They are active and therefore sub judice. And we are not here to inquire into his degrees. In any case, the possession of a degree is not a requirement for him to be a minister. But if he has a disputed degree and the degree is found invalid, it goes down to his integrity. Yes.
Yes.
But the only issue that is available to you to pursue.
That's what I'm pursuing actually. The issue of integrity.
Question, a very clear question, and I want a very clear answer so that we make progress.
Yes. The issue is, we wanted the Honorable Linturi to confirm if he ever held a degree from an Indian university. He has said yes. And I'm asking, can we see a copy of that degree certificate? I am being told we can't see it because the matter is in court. That's what I'm finding very difficult, yes.
Mr. Speaker, you know, I also explained the circumstances in which I find myself and why even other certificates are not there. There is also a court order here that bars me from accessing my own house, where on documents.
Mr. Speaker, I give up.
Yeah, it is here. That's why I said there are many cases, Mr. Speaker. And if I may read, restraining the respondent.
Hold on, let him respond.
So, Mr. Speaker, even as I sit here, there are documents, my titles, my logbooks, my everything I can't access because there is a bar.
Honorable Inturi, there is an article written by Lord Denning called "The Witness Who Talked Too Much." If you have an Indian degree, say yes. If you don't have it here, say you don't. The reason you don't have it, you are barred from accessing your premises where it is. We leave it there.
Yeah, I don't have it here.
Yes.
Yes.
You are just volunteering and helpful information.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let me go to Shirley's question.
Those are the questions by the Deputy
Speaker. Yes, that's what I want to get to.
Yes.
And, but this document is important for you. Mr. Speaker, thank you. Let me get to react on
Honorable
business.
Speaker, I'm beginning to think that the candidate is actually avoiding to explain to us how you're going to transform the agriculture industry in Kenya.
Let me get there.
Because you're spending way too much time on the other questions that are not even relevant to this particular docket.
But
Mr. Speaker,
I had asked a point of
going to Mbos Sholei's question that the 25-year-old boy asked, I want to agree with her that agriculture, Mr. Speaker, contributes to almost 60% of our GDP. And to transform this country, we require to seriously invest in agriculture. To change this country and to make sure that each one of us as Kenyans is comfortable, we need to re-engineer our ways in how we conduct ourselves in the field of agriculture. Mr. Speaker, and when I speak about agriculture, is in horticulture, in apiculture, in livestock and everything else. So, Mr. Speaker, first of all, what I want to do, considering that agriculture is an evolved function, agriculture, where I will see it, if approved by you as a minister, will basically more deal with the issue of policy. Crop husbandry is in the domain of our county governments. The first thing I want to do is to have a serious sitting with the governors, and possibly, because I believe in teamwork, I believe in building proper networks, I have also a meeting with the CEC's agriculture to see how together we can be able to transform agriculture. Mr. Speaker, I know we have a problem in this country. I know the youth can easily be employed if we were to do our agriculture right and correctly. And I'm happy Mbos Sholei's children is really interested in doing agriculture. But if you were to speak to very many young men and women, and whose mindset I am willing and ready to engage to change, is that some of them have taken agriculture as a form of punishment. Many of them are afraid of that, and many of them, because of failure for a guaranteed way of trying to assess what incomes or what you can be able to predictably be able to assess from a crop, have made it very difficult for many of our children to engage in it. So I want to pursue possibilities of how we will be able to encourage our young people and everybody else to get into the farms and do it. Mr. Speaker, I want to invite, including all the members of parliament here, we cannot be crying of lack of food when we are not doing it by ourselves. Before we get out there to cry, there is famine. What is it that we are doing as leaders from the family level to feed ourselves first of all? I want to ask, to call for a candid, robust discussion on how each one of us can be able to feed himself and run away from the reliance of going to markets to buy food when you are not sure where that food has come from.
The question she asked you, the Honorable Inturi, is that what are your plans to ensure that farming becomes more profitable and farmers are assured of a predictable income?
Mr. Speaker.
Then combine that with a question from Ichungwa, that your docket is the highest in employment multiplier effect. What are you going to do to ensure that agriculture becomes a major job creation engagement? Ichungwa, that was your question, right?
Yes.
Yes. And how you'll dismantle milk cartels in the sector. take a minute to answer those 3 questions.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, we now have to see on how we can hand value to our agricultural products. Those that are doing, for example, dairy, we must know how we can be able to engage them from their own farms, from an area where probably you can be able to bring in farmers to pull together. Say, for example, collect enough milk, see how we can have processors that can be able to hand value to our milk so that we're able to produce other other products from processed milk. That way we will be able to hand value. Farmers may be able to get good return from their investments in agriculture. Mr. Speaker, if we were to be able to seriously subsidize on farm inputs, fertilizer, since we will be able to bring the cost of production of our food from whatever cost it is, because government would have taken some bit of cost by providing subsidies. That way we may be able to encourage the farmer to create and see more value from his produce, from whatever he does on a daily basis. Mr. Speaker, I also want to say that if we were to make sure that there is good return, and if we were really to ensure that once a farmer is able to predict what price he may be able to get from the market, then we'll be able to encourage. I want to, Mr. Speaker, to adopt the technology so that I can be able to link markets. And from a platform, when we are sitting by application of e-technology, one can be able to check and know if I'm doing carrots and I'm in Meru or I'm in Washingishu, what is the going price of a kilo of carrots in Kisumu, in Nairobi, and whichever other market. So that way, one may be able to take his produce on how, or to any market that will give him the highest return. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to discuss with the county governments to implement the warehouse receipt system. The warehouse receipt system, Mr. Speaker, if implemented, we will be able to hold our food and our produce and be able to sell when markets or the prices of food are good enough for return of investment. Ichungwa raised a question on how we will be able to deal with the cartels in the ministry, and we intend to dismantle them. Mr. Speaker, I also want to say that I want to ensure that when I get to the ministry with your approval, God willing, then I want to have a Kenya Farmers database. The Kenya Farmers database will be able to show me or tell me how many farmers do you have that are doing milk, that are doing cabbage, that are doing maize, or whatever type of a crop that there is. And that way, even when we get to making subsidies to the farmer, then we can, with precision, say which farmer is going to benefit from what subsidy, whether it's seed, whether it's fertilizer, and that we also would require an e-voucher system so that in partnership with our National Cereals and Produce Board or agrovets, we can be able to make sure that person that really benefits from the subsidies that we'll be giving as government are the really people that require that particular support. To increase productivity, Mr. Speaker, and for value, we also may have to go an extra mile to educate our farmers on what best crop grows where. And with that kind of data, then we will be able to maximize on productivity and avail information to our farmers so that you do not plant timbale in an area that requires you to plant rice. Or if you just wake up in Meru and decide I'll plant maize here, yet Meru cannot do very well in that particular ecological zone. So getting information to farmers will be critical, moving along with them will be very important, and customer education and training will be very critical if we really have to produce maximally and farmers get really value of their produce. Mr. Speaker, to deal with cartels, as Ichungu has said, these cartels are the same are the cartels that when you give subsidies of fertilizer, they wait for the fertilizer, buy it, store, repack, and then sell those at exorbitant prices. We will require, Mr. Speaker, to really map out or be able to get the numbers that are supposed to benefit from these subsidies, and this I intend to use an e-platform where we will have a record of all the farmers that we are talking about, so that the final beneficiaries of our subsidies, our knowledge of the information that we want to disseminate as a ministry, then go to the right people.
Thank you. I'll take 5. So note them and answer them. And this time, let's be conscious with time. And members, 1 question each. Junet, Owen Bayer, Robert Mbui, Ferdinand Wanyonyi, Murugara. Everybody will have a chance.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, I wanted to ask the nominee, when he was giving the story of his life, how he went through, whether he has ever been to a seminary. Whether you have been enrolled to a seminary one time. But more importantly, what plan do you have to the collapsed sugar industry? Like Moroni, Chemeil, Sony, Mumias, and Nzoia companies. How do you intend to revive them?
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Speaker. The President, in his wisdom, has separated the Ministry of Agriculture and Irrigation. But we also know that statistics show that grain-fed agriculture has failed this country, and irrigation is the way to go to spur agriculture. But it stands now, if approved by this committee, you'll be Minister for Agriculture, but the docket for irrigation, for which you will depend on largely to produce food, is in another ministry. How do you intend to sync that so that your hands are not tied? Given that the President in his speech said that we intend to increase irrigation to 1.4 million in 3 years. How would you reconcile that? Will your hands be tied such that you'll not produce food because you'll say irrigation is not in your hands? And also you find that there are some high productive areas in this country that have not been looked at positively by the previous regimes. Farming in coconut, in cashew nut, in Bixa, the coast has not been given the due attention that it is supposed to have. And areas like coast have not been helping in growing the GDP in this country. And yet there's high potential in those areas. Look at these 2 questions, nominee. How do you work in the Ministry of Agriculture to support this country to grow the GDP in agriculture? Thank you.
Robert.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. You know, Kenya is grappling with the drought, and a lot of Kenyans are going hungry now. So this is an extremely important docket, because the person who holds that docket has to deal with the issue of food security and ensure that Kenyans don't starve to death. Now, I want to, and you know, Chair, the issue of integrity is also critical in helping us determine the suitability of a candidate to any office. Now, in the 11th Parliament that I served with the Honourable Nominee here, while he was serving as MP for Igembe South, the nominee presented a petition to members of Parliament to sign for him so that he could remove the then CS for devolution on the scandal that was rocking this country of about 1.9 billion of NYS. And members of Parliament did sign that petition. Mr. Speaker, I was one of them because he convinced me, and there were really weighty issues. But on the day that this petition was to be read on the floor of the House, the nominee did not show up, and did not show up for quite a while after that. And when he resurfaced, that issue seemed to have been put under the carpet. Maybe because we do not want a CS that might also abandon farmers. Maybe he can tell us why he abandoned members of parliament.
Ferdinand.
I'm laughing kidogo because I was also in that parliament, but I didn't know those details. Mheshimiwa, you talked about warehouse receipts, and I think you don't understand the concept. I want to give you the light on the warehousing receipts. Is where the farmer takes the goods to the warehouse and is given a title deed for whatever quantity equivalent to the value that you have taken. Then from there you can use a title deed to do business, to do other business. That concept, actually, I am one of those that worked on it from India. So my question is, and you seem to know something about it, what are you going to do to increase, to open up more warehouse and receipt outlets in the country to be able to do business, so that the people can be able to take their goods to the warehouse, get the receipts, and do business? Thank you.
Wakili.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nominee, drought is ravaging the country. And the reason why Kenyans are suffering is due to the fact that we do not have a good policy on food security. Matters food are governed by the Agriculture and the Food Act, which vests execution in the Agriculture and the Food Authority. We've been told recently, especially by your predecessor, that the ministry contemplates repealing the Agriculture and the Food Act and also abolish the authority so that it can deal with individual crops instead of dealing with crops lumped together for purposes of production, marketing, and distribution. In your own estimation, is that a good idea for the country, and is it going to serve us more positively, or we are digging ourselves into a grave as far as food is concerned?
Thank you. You can answer those 5.
Thank you, Chairman. Mheshimiwa Junet, I asked about the revival of the sugar industry, and I think that's a good question coming from him because it comes from that side. Mr. Speaker, I think the sugar industry plays or employs very many people, and is a source of employment to our young people and others that work from that particular end. And when I interacted with the sugar companies, when I was the chairman of public investment, most of these sugars companies were making losses. I think it is the time, Mr. Speaker, I think we really require a serious discussion, because the investment of government in a number of these sugar industries is huge. We've had bailouts by government to these sugar companies a number of times, and we are required to check on whether there is real return on the money that government invests in them, and then open a candid, robust discussion with all stakeholders in trying to understand how best we can revive the sugar industry. Mr. Speaker and Chairman, I would ask Junet to become part of this discussion, because you may understand this area better, but I am told over here that there has been discussions on how to privatize these companies for maximum productivity and for profitability. If that is the direction we may end up going, then Mr. Speaker, and since all stakeholders won't be involved, and if we are to go that way, of course, Parliament will be involved, then at the personal level, I wouldn't have any problem because I will not be there to dictate. I will only be guiding the process, and it will be all inclusive, all consultative, so that we have one common ground on how we need to revive this important sector in our economy. Mr. Speaker, I think when asked how I will be able to produce food when the irrigation docket is not in my domain, and I want to say that government works collectively. I am sure, and we cannot succeed without water, without want to grow food without water. And anybody that cared to listen to my boss's speech yesterday during the Mashujaa celebrations, he has offered or inviting people to partner to come up with around 100 dams that will be able to assist us in providing water for irrigation. I want and I believe that because cabinet decisions are collective, I will personally be able to speak to my sister Alice Wame because she is in that particular docket, and because we must all deliver as government on how we can break those perceived barriers, if any, so that at least together we can be able to grow food, together we can build the synergy and ensure that our country is food secure, because our reliance on food, our rain-fed agriculture, Mr. Speaker, is not anything that we can really rely on. An interesting question was also raised by my good friend Shmoamboi on my integrity, or whether I will run away and leave the farmers or leave the farmers alone. Mr. Speaker, even as we discuss that issue, I think for those that have been bunge with me, because I think we've served the longest, you have served the longest in the House, and I think I'm the second longest serving. I think my record also speaks for itself in view of the committees that I chaired and the recommendations I've done as a committee, which went to the extent of indicting ministers when we sat in the same house as ministers. And the latest being my investigation committee that I chaired, investigating the possible loss of money from the Ministry of Education by the acquisition of the Ruaraka land where the country lost 1.5 billion. I don't waver. I am incorruptible. You can only persuade me, Mr. Speaker. So to get to the withdrawal of this particular matter, because that matter, Mr. Speaker, it is true and a lot of support in the House. And Mr. Speaker, those that were in that parliament, when all this happened, I came to the chamber and rose on a point of order and a personal statements. And I documented every step that took place, what went on, who called who, where that letter was signed from, and that matter isn't. Unless if you allow, Mr. Speaker, I can mention. You know, Mr. Speaker, this country, you allow me to explain the circumstances.
Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, for those that have never known, you see, when a gun is put on your head, and you understand when you have a CEO who is almost a terrorist, then there are many people that cannot withstand the pressure, the intimidation, and the threats that exist. I can tell you the letter to withdraw was signed
To withdraw the motion?
Yes. Was drafted by one J. Muturi. The letter I was asked to sign, Njomo called, Speaker Muturi was called from somewhere. He was along, I think in Kilimani, was told, go back to the house, there's a letter is being brought to withdraw that motion. Njomo Gichaka, past 8 o'clock, delivered the letter to the then Speaker, J. Muturi. Those are the circumstances that I found myself in, and you know.
You signed the letter?
Mr. Speaker, yes.
Point of order, Honorable Speaker. Point of order.
Yes, that's it.
Honorable
And the President
Speaker,
was there then. So, Mr. Speaker, that is the situation, that is the condition. And that is from that time when my relationship and him went sour. Because that thing has really tormented me. I've spoken about it, but members continue asking. They may not have known, just like all these others were all organized and planned by his agencies. Lastly, Mr. Speaker.
The question from Ferdinand and Murugara.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. The warehouse system, receipt system was passed. It's a law that is in this country. It's supposed to be implemented by the county government. It is the county government that is supposed to license warehouses. And I think that we will not succeed if we do not work very closely with the county governments. And I will deliberately and intentionally work very closely with the governors. I even want to, I will be proposing laws to even operationalize this more, Mr. Speaker, because I believe food security cannot be a function of the national government alone. If crop husbandry is in the hands of the governors must participate in ensuring that Kenya is food secure. Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage and I want to propose to the governors when we sit down, and by use of this system, because this system, unless my understanding is different from yours, is where the licensed warehouse will be able to mop up the produce in those particular areas. And because I am even told this system is a serious support from some donors and other financial institutions, where if you have a problem, you may be able to be paid up to a certain percentage of the value of your crop. That way, you address your immediate financial needs as when then the men and women in charge of houses are looking for good prices for that produce. This way, if the county governments were to do it professionally and organized in a good manner, then we will be able to ensure that in whatever part of this country, at least the amount of food held in our stores or in our houses are clearly known. And this way, Mr. Speaker, you can also encourage commodity exchange through these warehouses, so that if, for example, you do not have money and you have tomatoes, the other one has cabbages, and that's what you want, you can always agree on how to deal with it. So I want to ensure in the participation of governance, I also create county food reserves, so that the county food reserves will be able when there is need for immediate address in terms of our food solutions that we may have within the counties, then the counties can be able to come in and support. So I want to assure you, Mr. Wanyonyi, we'll get a framework on how we can do it. In any case, just like I'm saying, this cannot be done without legislation. We will be getting back to you. We will be asking you to kindly support us in this particular matter.
Mr. Chairman. No, I wanted to make a clarification.
Yes.
If you allow me to.
Yes.
This, let me tell you that as I'm talking, this Parliament sent some people to South Africa. We saw how it's operating, the Ministry of Agriculture, for our case, will have a department, and already have a department, dealing with the warehousing system. In fact, as I'm talking, the outgoing minister opened a warehousing system in Kitale, which I witnessed, and I think 2 other places. So just tell us that if you are given the opportunity, you'll be able to come up, you'll be able to enforce the already established system, so that can be able to move, as you are saying. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I am willing and ready, if approved, to engage. And those systems that are functional.
Thank you, Chair. I didn't want to disturb. I wanted to wait for him to finish. But when Wanyonyi did, I thought maybe at this point I need to clarify that on the question I had asked, and this has to go on record, Chair, that on the day that this petition was to be presented to Parliament, it was not withdrawn, Mr. Speaker. It was on the order paper. But what happened is that the nominee did not show up. So that is a report that was in the House. That is what is unanswered. It was called out, and he wasn't there to move it. So I wanted that to be clear, so that, for the record. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Speaker, I am not trying to defend myself, but he knows at what time, in most cases, the under papers are out. I've seen the Speaker was called very late in the night, and the letter was taken to him. So I was not in charge of the Secretariat of Parliament or how that got it there, but that is the truth. And I can always also go back to check the answer and what I recorded that particular time.
Point of order, Chair.
Speaker Murugara.
Yes, Mishi.
Point of order, Chair. Honorable Chair. Does that insinuate that the nominee is weak and cannot withstand political pressure?
If Nje Muturi can bully you to sign a letter.
Not by Nje.
Chair,
no.
Chair,
Mr. Speaker.
Maybe, Chair, not to interrupt Linturi, but may I also make disclosure that it is, in actual fact, myself who got the Honorable Linturi to Jacaranda Hotel, if he remembers. And the circumstances then, if you know the kind of president we were dealing with, when Linturi tells you when you have a gun over your head, you really have no choices to make. And it is indeed true that letter was typed by Nje Muturi in the business center of Jacaranda Hotel. And I was then the vice chair of the Public Investments Committee, and I was directed by none other than President Uhuru Kenyatta to ship the Honorable Linturi out of this country in a trip that we were going to Turkey that weekend.
So you connived into undermining Linturi's integrity?
We did not connive, Honorable Speaker. And that's what I'm saying. It may not be a reflection of the Honorable Linturi.
Anyway, let's go on with other issues.
Or strength.
I'll now give the floor to Murugara. We have 6 minutes of your allotted time.
Mr. Murugara asked whether I have intentions of disbanding AFA. Yeah, so just like I've said before, AFA is a creature of an act of parliament. And Mr. Speaker, a minister or a cabinet secretary has no power to amend or to do any other form of changes to any act of parliament. Parliament must be involved. I have not gotten there yet. I have not personally interacted with the institutions that fall under AFA, and I will not be fair to say whether AFA is living to its mandate or not. But in your wisdom, it's the wisdom of this committee that you recommend me serve in that docket, then one of the first things I'll be doing is to engage AFA and other stakeholders to understand really how we can either transform that institution, whether it's living up to its mandate. But just like when I was trying to inquire, I know it has some bit of challenges, because I'm told it has no bond. Maybe probably it has remained dysfunctional, either for strategically or for any other reason, I do not know. But I will try to inquire and see how best we can be able to address the issues that touch on the mandate of AFA, and I will be involving the members of parliament kindly.
Posing Daud Mishi Koech Amisi.
Thank you, Speaker.
Question each, we have 4 minutes.
Speaker, from where I come from, it is argued that you don't milk a stone, you only milk a cow. And I want to be on record, Speaker, because we are not making a chair, because we are not making any determination now, so that it's known by the time we are going to make our determination that the nominee is trying to use court to gag the committee from getting issues of integrity on him, Speaker. That is very critical. And to exit my question, therefore, for him is, there are 70% of this country is arid and semi-arid, or thereabout. And in those areas, they keep animals, cows, camels, goats, and so on. When it comes to the Ministry of Agriculture, it's about crops most of the time. Should you get an opportunity, Honorable Linturi, what new thing will you bring to this 70% people living in 70% of our country in terms of recognizing cows, camels, goats as assets, as investment, so that, Honorable Chair, they can be collateral. Somebody can go to bank and get some assistance. We are keeping things which don't help us, Honorable Chair, until when they are sold or they are slaughtered. So what will Honorable Linturi bring that is new, that will give hope to this 70% of the people living in this country? I thank you.
Daud.
Thank you, Chair. Congratulations, Honorable Mitheka. And I thank the President for nominating you. My question is, you stood for election as a governor, as you have already said, and you got more than about 190,000 votes, and that was good. You had a manifesto as a governor, and there is a manifesto of Kenya Kwanza. Could you probably tell us the cross-cutting issues between your manifesto and Kenya Kwanza, and if there were variances in your manifesto and Kenya Kwanza? You have said you will work with the governors. Will you work with our governor, Meru governor, in doing whatever you're going to be doing if you are put in this place? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, just before my question, I just want to add on what the nominee has just answered. Honorable Junet's question in terms of reviving the sugarcane industry. I also want to add that you also need to put in your plans the issue of cashew nuts, Bixa, and coconut industry, so that it just don't remain as a rhetoric during campaigns, but a real action to be done to ensure that we have this kind of industry. And my question would be, during Mashujaa Day yesterday, His Excellency the President has talked about putting up a fertilizer plant, East Africa Community Fertilizer Plant. Also talked a lot on subsidies on crops and even farming equipment. But more so, we have had little in terms of livestock and fish farming. What plans do you have as KK government to ensure that we also integrate these other two sectors in terms of agriculture? Thank you.
Thank you. Coach?
I will be very quick. Honorable Linturi, drought is ravaging this country. More than 4 million Kenyans are staring at starvation. Crops are perishing. Livestock is dying. What is your plan in future to cushion farmers from such drought? And number two, what is the KK plan to make sure that we do not necessarily have to, in future, just stare at farmers lose animals and crops? So what will be the plan to cushion farmers on such?
Do I speak and do I
Chair,
answer?
I think I was to ask another.
Those are 5.
No, they are not 5. I gave to 5 members: Posing, Daud, Mishi, Koech, now Amisi.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. You know, once a German architect once said that the details are the devil is in the details, and when you are asked chronologically to indicate the education records and the employment records, of course, it needs to have time to each one of the events. But there seems to be a gap between the time you finished Igembe Boys Secondary and becoming a director of 5 companies. You do an attachment, internship, worked in any one of our firms around before becoming a director. And you know the hustlers are also watching how to learn from public officers how to reach where they are. So we could also see the proper chronological occurrence of your education up to the working. And the 5 companies, are they active? Then how will you manage the docket of agriculture, which is the backbone of our economy, while you are still a director of 5 huge companies? Thank you.
Quickly answer those 5.
Mr. Speaker, first let me answer a question raised by Kosing, and I want to put it clearly that I don't use a course to ngag a committee. When you look at when those orders were issued, Chair.
That was just a side comment. Answer the real questions.
I want to ensure that I have a livestock master plan to take care of the pocots, to take care of the pastoralists, and be able to identify how many goats, how many cows, how many chicken that we have, Mr. Speaker. And you realize Kenya, I think is importing meat, yet we have the third largest ant in Africa. I am going, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that progressively we will be able to see how we can manage our arable land, and so that we are able, because the problem that we have majorly with the pastoralists is pasture. I want to introduce something I want to call saline agriculture, where we will be able to tap the waters, probably like in Turkana, because water is saline, and be able to grow pasture and grass can grow there. There is no land that cannot be able to be utilized to support our livestock, because that is the major problem that you have in feeding the livestock. Mr. Speaker, I want to ensure for them to have value, and because abattoirs and land, just like I said, the issues to do with livestock, also with the county governments, I know there are those feedlots that we can be able, in conjunction with the 21 harried areas governors, to see how we can organize the livestock sector so that they have pasture, water for their cows. But I know, and this answer will have to come from them because they are pastoralists, how we'll be able to keep the animals together, because even when these pastoralists or animals are moving from one place to another, there is a lot of loss of weight and minerals, and that is why you realize their livestock are not able to feed or to fetch so much money. So I will be engaging you. I'm not a pastoralist. I'm willing to listen, come up with ideas, and everybody else, because that's my duty, to address the problems that Kenyans have through consultation and advice. So I'm open-minded. My policy is open. Mr. Speaker, the question Rahim asked whether I will implement my manifesto. My manifesto ended when I lost the position of governor in Meru. But I want to tell you that manifesto borrowed seriously from the Kenya Kwanza manifesto, because we are in those consultative meetings, and I wanted to align my thoughts and ideas along the Kenya Kwanza plan to address the problems of our people in Meru, because I would not have done it alone without consultation, without working closely with the national government. So whatever we talked about and whatever is in the Kenya Kwanza government manifesto is what going to plan. That's the campaign I'm going to lead to espouse on government policy and agenda for us to be able to serve this country and in a manner that is so inclusive. Mr. Koech, you talked about drought ravaging the country. It is true that there is drought, but allow me to say that we have, and people are almost losing lives because of lack of food. We'll have immediate, medium-term, and long-term plans on how to can deal with this situation. And one of the things that I think and the government has already started doing is the provision of relief food to those people that are quite vulnerable. It may not, I would not want it to be a thing that we must really be happy about. Let it be, food relief must be a last resort. And irrigation, just like the President said yesterday, is something we'll have to ensure that any irrigatable land that is available for farming, then we put it into agriculture. I want to persuade the government or the cabinet to also be able to come to agree, because we have so many pieces of land that are idle, owned by government. You realize it's a shame when you find the prison service is buying food or money is allocated to buy food, yet there are a lot of labor force and the very big tracts of land lying idle without any agricultural activities. So I'll be pleading for government to find it or to give a directive or a policy on how we can utilize government land institutions that have big land for use for agriculture. Our universities, those research institutions, how we can apply those pieces of land for agriculture and even for training, knowledge transfer to our young people who want to do agriculture. Then of course, agroforestry will be very important. Then how and to engage everyone else to deal with the effects of climate change. I will have to talk with my counterpart in the Ministry of Education, so that we also revive again the 4K clubs in our schools. I don't know how they ended up dying, because as our children grow up, then they're able to know, to adopt an idea that we must start sending ourselves from the school and be able to appreciate how important agriculture is. Mr. Amisi, you asked about the flow. That was completely deliberate, because the documents that I've given out here, because people that are alleging, I don't want to give them an opportunity to prove, give them opportunity to prove their case. It is their business to prove what they are saying. So by so doing and understanding the powers of this committee and the correctness of the information that you give them, because it's also binding, I didn't want to assist them prove their own case. And just like I think both said, if there is anything that is not correct, it's a matter of time. But I want to say that whatever I am giving out here is true to the best of my knowledge.
Honorable members, we have so far done, just hold your cards, we've done 2 hours and 5 minutes with this nominee. Can we agree to an addition of 15 minutes, then we close? So I'll give all the remaining honorable members 1 question each. Naisula 1, go to Gikaria 1, Mole 1, Raso 1, Shurie 1, Mary 1, Mukami 1, in that order.
Honorable Speaker, my question was not answered.
Honorable Inturi,
yes.
Mama Mishi asked this question. You have talked about sugar. What about other crops like bixa, like coconut, like cashew nuts? What are you going to do about them? note that and start with it after taking the other questions.
I answered.
Yeah, like that.
Naisula, one question each, please.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. Honorable Inturi, you know, governments are there to serve the needs of Kenyans and actually prioritize. And these needs are not static. They change, you know. Now we have drought, then we are hopeful that we'll get the rains. And so it's not static. And right now, the biggest problems Kenyans are having, apart from the economy, is just having food on their table. And so when they ask for unga to be 70 shillings, people just want food. And that is the problem right now. But from what we have heard recently is that the government has subsidized fertilizer, which is very good. You're saying you're going to subsidize for production. But for consumption, we want food now. We know as we wait for the crops to grow, for the fertilizer to get to the farmers, what measures will you put in place to see, now that you have removed the subsidy on the maize or on the flour, but what will people eat as we wait for the crops to grow?
Gikaria, then
Thank you.
Then Russell.
Honorable Inturi, I know you are friends, and my question, just like Mishi has indicated, as you address other crops, can you please also address about pyrethrum, potatoes, and milk? Because these are key things within our region, and particularly the milk has really dropped. And lastly, though I'm not a fan of Wajakoya, but he came up with an idea that this country, about this Bangi issue, I'm not his supporter. But is it something that can be considered for purposes of medicinal value and getting foreign exchange, not for consumption? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Honorable Mituru, you still owe me my signature of that day and you disappeared. My question is, agriculture is devolved to the county government. And when I and you were growing up, we used to have agricultural extension officers who were a very good link between the farmer and the government. I've heard you say that you want to have a database of all the farmers in Kenya. How you'll do that, you have not given us the details. And I want to hear your comment on genetically modified crops, that is the GMO, in the basis of whereby we know most of the GMO seeds, they don't regenerate. You cannot harvest a GMO seed and go and replant again. And the effect they have to the society and especially to the farmers. How are you going to sustain farmers with a program of seeds? Because I can foresee your government under the government of today is agitating very much about GMO, whereby we lose the indigenous seeds we have in this country, the original maize, the original beans, the original ndengu, and the rest. What are your thoughts on that? And if you can detail your plan, and especially on the agricultural extension officers vis-a-vis is a devolved government function.
Russell.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Honorable Linturi, agriculture to GDP contributes 24% and employs 60% of the Kenyan workforce. So when you say that agriculture is devolved, it is devolved, then I see you are likely to run away from the main issues that affect the Kenyan. But that is not a debate. I don't want an answer. But my main question is 90% of meat consumed in Kenya comes from the arid and semi-arid land where the pastoralists live. You have not talked about the livestock. And I foresee if this committee is going to approve your nomination, you are likely to talk about miraa, tea, coffee, pyrethrum, and other crops that is grown in less than 10% of the Kenyan landmass. Tell us, what do you have in mind in terms of bringing livestock to be one of the main GDP contributors for Kenya? Thank you, Chair.
Shuria.
Thank you, Chair. And I echo my colleague here. I hope you'll come up with a good plan for the livestock marketing and livestock production. And my question is, what is your take about the Galana Kulalu project? Thank you.
Amase, Mheshimiwa.
Chair, with your permission, I have 3 concerns and I'll be very brief. The first one is a question that I've been requested to ask. The warehousing receipt system. Chair, I'll be very brief and very fast.
If you convey an outsider's question, you surrender your own.
Okay, it's related to what I wanted to ask, so I'll just combine. The warehousing receipt system has been put in the Ministry of Trade under Executive Order number 1 of 2022 by the President. Whereas the Act and the regulations was done by the Ministry of Agriculture, and it was meant specifically for crops and livestock. So how does that misplacement sit with you? And because it's related to what I wanted to ask on, Mr. Speaker, currently the government is using National Serious Produce Board warehouses to store the fertilizer, the subsidized fertilizer. So my concern, because we represent farmers from the rural areas who need to access this fertilizer, what plans do you have in terms of distribution, ease access, and short distances? Because you'll find this depot is in one center within a county that is so wide, and it has several sub-counties, because that is contributing to corruption that is still being experienced because of the long distance and what have you. And as I conclude, Mr. Speaker, the issue of segregation, because now GMO is going to be commercialized in the country. Kenyans are concerned. What are you going to do to ensure there's that distinction in terms of, if I'm going to the supermarket and I want to buy a non-GMO product, are you going to have plans to ensure that there's that segregation, while at the same time ensuring there is safety, and how you're going to counter the risk? I think I'll leave it there. The other one, my colleague asked. Thank you.
Mheshimiwa Mukami.
Congratulations to our nominee. Honorable Inturi, I want to ask you one question regarding the grantee minimum return. Considering it's not very popular in a free market, I would like to hear how you are going to do about that.
You can quickly answer those questions, starting with what was left of Mishi Mbogo, and then Naisula down to Kami.
Mr. Speaker, if it may have escaped Mishi, when I was discussing about the livestock, on how we will be able to bring them together to add value. I also mentioned that I will be working very closely in consultation with the governors, because every area has its own unique crops which they would want to prioritize, and we will not achieve adding value to them without us working together. So if it's for coconut and other nuts that can produce edible oils, because there are many that are there. So I'll be open so that we understand how it can be done. What costing? In any case, I think there is commitment from government to add value, so that we can, within the value agricultural value chain, we can be able to get more. So because there is that goodwill, it's not something that we'll be starting. It's something that I will be following up with all the stakeholders so that we work together. And Aishula asked how on what our immediate plan to provide food. I think I sent earlier from the beginning that if people are dying today and they want food, the fastest way to ensure that they have food is relief food. You give them relief food because that is what they require for now, as we organize ourselves to address the issue of lack of food in the medium term and the long term.
Chair, mine was on the price of unga, because the relief one had been answered.
The price of unga, Mr. Speaker, I don't think will also come down immediately, because unless government is willing and ready to continue with the subsidy to bring down the cost of unga. This is a matter that will be discussed, and once discussions are on, we will be alive to the fact that we really have to do something so that our people can be able to eat. And let me also take this opportunity to answer the question that was also raised by Mule, because that revolves around provision of food when he brought about the issue of GMO. If you look at what informed the lift of ban of GMO, is that problem of lack of food. And we'll have to make choices, Mr. Speaker, and ask ourselves whether we need to let our people die or adopt GMO. I have not seen anywhere there has been any scientifically published in any journal where GMO has been sent to really be harmful to human beings. Mr. Speaker, I want to
point of clarification, Mr. Speaker, to the nominee, and he need to probably do more research. There is a great scientist in France who has done extensive research on GMO, reports done, and why the government of the day of the late Honorable Mwai Kibaki banned GMO was based on scientific proof of how dangerous the GMOs can be. And the worst part of it is, Honorable Nominee, the seeds cannot regenerate. You cannot replant a GMO seed, and that's scientific.
I wish you gave me time to continue answering this question, because the research on document that's popularly referred to was later pulled down, or was the scientists sent, and this is the information that I have, because even in this country, our biosafety and the biotechnology experts that we have, and people must really be able to understand exactly what GMO is all about. GMO, from my layman's understanding, is the transfer of genetic material. And the truth being that, and if our main problem is food, and I'm sure our government cannot be that careless to allow food that is harmful to our people. I want to be asking, Mr. Speaker, the experts, those that support, those that do not support the use of this GMO food, to really to have a discussion on us to agree on how we move forward. But as far as I am concerned, we must choose between what is a lesser evil. We travel quite often. You can go to America. You can go to wherever. What we eat is GMO. Yeah. So we wait for our people to die, or we give them GMO food. And for your information, Mr. Mule, you are a product of GMO. Yeah. When you look at the history of evolution of man, from Homo erectus, Homo sapiens, and now where we are today, it's genetic transfer that has taken place between human beings to where we are today. So when you graft trees, or mango, or lime and the orange, you fuse them together, produce something else different. That is genetic transfer. So let us not...
Point of order, Chair. I doubt whether I'm a product of GMO. I'm a product of my parents.
Sorry. Chair, I think, Chair, the direction we are taking is not being beneficial to the country. Because the issues the Honorable Mule is raising on GMO are really not factual. And it is indeed true that the scientist is referring to the French scientist, because I was in the Agriculture Committee in the 11th Parliament, Honorable Speaker. And that scientific information has since been repudiated by other scientists. And therefore, when we are on national TV and we want to make the country believe that GMO is harmful, that there is this science, that the Honorable Mule is not availing to this committee and the country, I think we are not being beneficial. True, Honorable Speaker, if I can finish.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
If I can finish, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it is also...
Mr. Speaker.
He is not finished. Okay. Mule, hold your horses.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for that protection, because I was saying we should not use this process, Honorable Speaker, of vetting to try and play to the gallery in terms of demonizing what is otherwise government policy. The Honorable Inturi is not yet Minister for Agriculture, and as members of Parliament, we will have the opportunity to interrogate through the relevant committees the issue of GMO. And there is no government policy today that is saying there is no Kenyan farmer or any Kenyan who will be forced by government to either consume or plant GMO food. It is a choice you make. And it is indeed true in America. When you travel to America, you walk into a shop, you have the choice of either buying what is organic or GMO. And I want to believe that will be the policy of government.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes, Jeanette.
Chairman, I wanted also to bring to your attention that first I want to tell my leader, the majority leader, that he is the majority leader. He is not going to become the Minister for Agriculture for the next 5 years. The man who has a chance of becoming is the nominee ahead of us, if he is approved. I think he's competent enough to answer those questions. Secondly, Chair, the issue of GMO is a government policy. It was approved at the last cabinet meeting of the government. So it is important to interrogate the nominee very well on a government policy that he's going to implement, because he's the implementing authority as the Minister of Agriculture. So, Chair, it's in our place as a committee to know from him, as the man who's going to sell the seeds of the GMO to Kenyans, whether those seeds are safe, what scientists are saying, and what is his thought to make sure that the people who want to eat organic food, and the people who want to eat the GMO, eat GMO food.
Mine was just a point of information, Madam Chair, that the theory of evolution of man, as propagated by Charles Darwin, had nothing to do with the genetic engineering.
We don't even need to go there. He had no scientific basis for saying that, so we don't need to go into that. Yes. But
Chair,
continue responding to the questions as raised. You had reached Russell.
Mr. Speaker, let me also hand up that...
And avoid Honorable Induri making an substantiated scientific statements.
Yeah, let me also hand and...
Because for sure, Mule is not a product of GMO.
I don't want to take that trajectory, Mr. Speaker, but let me end and say that the Ministry of Agriculture and Government, you know, there are certain institutions that have different mandates. Kenya Seed Company, Mr. Speaker, has the mandate to scale up or multiply seeds that are used by our farmers, and there will be that opportunity. There is opportunity for government to grow enough or to germinate enough seed for use by enough seed for use by our farmers. Mr. Speaker, if our immediate problem is really food, and of course government will be guided by best practices from other jurisdictions that manage or that consume or use GMO, won't be guided by one of the organization guidelines. Mr. Speaker, will also be, I think, be able to take decisions and say, for example, if this is GMO, you can label the maize that you buy or the food that you buy from a supermarket, so that when you go to your own supermarkets, you are able to identify whether you want GMO or not, or choose to die of hunger and not taking GMO. So because that is a really big problem that we must really address, and address it candidly. I was asked about I think, is Raso about livestock. Livestock, Mr. Speaker, is an area that has really required serious support as far as I am concerned. And I mentioned also that we'll be consulting with the farmers and the county governors, especially from the 21 semi-arid areas, on how we can be able to ensure maximum productivity and reap most for our farmers through livestock. We'll be proposing, since counties have owning areas, they used to be called owning areas for livestock, whether they can see how we can be able to establish food laws so that those animals that really, for us to gain more, can be fed from there and the weight, and then you have maximum that you can gain because you have an institution like KMC that will be able to take up your livestock for commercial. We'll also have probably proposed off-take programs so that when there is drought a time like now, and ask government to also to keep a reserve, just like we are providing for food, strategic food reserves. We can also be able to persuade the government to provide for Akite that we will be able to buy livestock during those drought, those very handy times for purposes of making sure our farmers do not lose their livestock. There is also our livestock insurance program, which we can also really bring in so that in the event of loss of our animals, then the farmers really do not lose. But all this will happen, Mr. Speaker, if I have that opportunity to discuss with the people that are technical in the ministry, that will advise me, and then we'll be able to appear before you as members and the leaders of this country, because you are the people that are exercising raw power from the public in terms and agreeing on how we want really to our country. To move forward, Mr. Speaker, I was asked something to do with the Ngalana Kulalo project, and from I think where I sit, the whole idea was from this was to provide proper infrastructure for investors to come in and do agriculture. But Mr. Speaker, this project, in my view, is good. Something we really need to see how to revive it, because the whole project was condemned because from the first season, because the production that came out of the 10,000 acres was not able to meet the cost of investment. And people thought that was a scandal. There is no way you can have such huge investment and expect to reap benefits in the first season. So, Mr. Speaker, to address the future problems of our country, we must face this dragon head-on, and I think we will not shy away from dealing or improving infrastructure on Galala Kulalu so that we can have investors to farm. Mr. Speaker, I think Mase talked about misplacement of roads in the Ministry of Trade and the Ministry of Agriculture, and on I didn't get properly, but was it Kenya Land?
It is about the warehousing receipt system.
Correct.
There is an order that has taken that to the Ministry of Trade. Yet it was established by the Minister of Agriculture for crops and livestock products. So that misplacement, how are you going to deal with it?
Mr. Speaker, you know, when I have made sure that our farmers have produced enough food, when in consultation, working together with all the other stakeholders, the other part in terms of how that food gets to its market, I think, is an aspect of trade. Where there will be need for us to consult with my brother Moses Kuria in addressing this problem, I will be willing and ready to engage. Where the farmers probably will feel that one or two things are not clear, are not right, we won't be open to discussions. And more often, that's what we find. Even when you legislate and pass law, there are those rooms where when you find there is some bit of lacuna, the intentions of the law was not properly, is not being achieved, then we'll always be coming back for amendments. So when it is tried, and for example, if it doesn't work, then the president has power to transfer functions from one ministry to another. So I remain hopeful that in whatever department or ministry a government institution or mandate is given, then being bound by the collective rule of government, then we'll be able to sort the problems of our Kenyan people together. Mukami saying the GMR is not popular. Mr. Speaker, we can also, when things are done differently and the forces of demand and supply are left to fix prices in a normal market, then that would be the most ideal situation. Mukami, I think we can still achieve this if, for example, we were to ensure as government we are able to bring down the cost of inputs to a great level. If we can be able to maximize productivity on our small pieces of land, we can be able still to have the forces of demand and supply fix the prices of our produce. And I also want to tell the Kenyan people that are listening, the supply of fertilizer is not a quick fix problem of what we're having. We are trying to support farmers to apply that fertilizer to the soils that need fertilizer. And that is something that we've not really discussed seriously about, because whenever government gives subsidies on fertilizer, everybody goes running to pick fertilizer, even for soils that do not need fertilizer. So as a ministry, I want to ensure that we provide necessary information. I will be able to test our soils and advise our farmers, and probably come up with a new platform where farmers will be able to know what fertilizer to use in what particular soil with certain pH. That way we will be able to achieve more productivity. And there are farms that have lined the fallow for a long time, may require not fertilizer. And when that education is properly given to farmers, then we'll be able to succeed. It will also be necessary and important for people, our farmers, to know, and for the ministry and other county governments to know, fertilizer must be given at the right time, so that you do not give fertilizer once farmers have planted, or give CAN for top dressing when the rains are gone. So the timely giving of inputs or seeds, which must also be matched by a way we are able to forecast and be able to monitor weather patterns, will be able to help us increase productivity. And in that way, Mr. Speaker, I think we'll be all able to get the fund on our table.
Thank you, Honorable Nturi. And now,
Chair, there is a clarification. There is a question regarding...
members, look at the clock.
It's okay, Chair. We just need to do this for the purpose of this vetting. I asked Honorable Ntuli regarding agricultural extension officers vis-a-vis the devolved function of agriculture in the county government. And I believe you need to give us the clear policy the ministry will come up with, whether we are going to have agricultural officers commission.
My Parethram thing.
And Chair,
the Parethram.
Chair, you can answer them together. I asked about taking farm inputs, specifically the fertilizer, closer to the farmer in the rural village. What policy is government going to put in place to ensure there is a depot in every sub-county, Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
Chair, can I add on something?
Wow.
Honorable Nturi, I think we should also encourage our farmers to start using manure, what we used to do when we were young. Instead of using fertilizer, we do organic.
Chair, clarification also on the one issue. Chair, it will be very absurd if the nominee lives here without saying anything about fish also. Say something about fish. Please, fish.
Got question, but he never answered.
Mr. Speaker,
You have 2 minutes to attend to all those issues.
Mr. Speaker, I want to agree with Mheshimiwa.
And you've got it.
Yes, agricultural extension officers.
Taking subsidized fertilizer and seeds closer to the farmers.
Yes.
And then pyrethrum.
Pyrethrum and fish.
Mr. Speaker.
And the use of manure as opposed to petrochemical-based fertilizers.
Number one, that's a very good proposal from Mukami, and farmers must listen. If you keep more livestock, whether it's poultry, cows, goats, that will be the best excellent manure to use for our crops because they are safe, better than even the fertilizer we are talking about. Number two, agricultural extension officers, that's where we need to go. People require education. We need to educate our farmers on what we need to do. Mr. Speaker, when I was running as governor, in fact, there is no single meeting I didn't go talking about why it is important to employ extension officers. Even when I sit with the governors, I want to persuade them to have agricultural extension officers because these extension officers can be given performance matrices on how much food should be produced in a certain particular piece of land owned by how many farmers to increase productivity so that we are food secure. So I agree, I support it 100%, and I am sure this can be done. It is achievable and will not succeed easily. We do not tap. I also want to tell you that I think somewhere, and why we are feeling this problem, is that the Ministry of Agriculture stopped employing these agricultural extension officers some time ago. I think like almost 10 years ago, they've not been employing. And even you look at the staff at the ministry, they are quite old. So we will be coming to you so that at least you can also allocate some budget for us to be able to start recruiting members to that, extension officers to be able to beef up our education and training capacities to the farmers. Mr. Speaker, Emase talked about what we intend to do to ensure that fertilizer and seeds are taken closer to the people. Let me also commit that Kenya Seed Company, NDC, whose farms are used for multiplication of seeds, we are going to discuss so that they can be able to produce more and whatever support is required. Fertilizer and getting closer to the people, Mr. Speaker, we'll have either to get it done. You know, we have national cereals and produce boards, but they are not all over. This is one of the areas where we can be able to keep our fertilizer. But I think it's not because of the system that we want to use to avoid abuse and the cartels. Probably we will have to sit in and discuss with the agrovets on how we can be able to manage those stocks so that they can also be our owning area, our owning stores for the farmers that we want is to support this kind of a program. But Mase, you know, if we are to continue putting up more national cereals and produce bonds for purposes of getting very close to the location or to either the sub-location level requires huge resources. So we'll have to see how to balance our priorities because it is important that is done, or how we can partner with the county governments to ensure once fertilizer or seeds are delivered to the nearest depot of National Cereals and Produce Board, then they're able to support in the transfer or in the delivery chain so that farmers can be able to get their fertilizer at the nearest points possible. Any other question?
Pyrethrum and fish.
Mr. Speaker, I think fish is another serious economic activity in this country. And Juliet, I won't tell you, Mary is producing more fish than Kisumu or your area now. We are in it. We are doing a lot of fish, and fish is transforming people. I will be talking fish farming. I will be talking to my counterpart, Muvuria, who is now in charge of the blue economy docket, where that one is, and see how to support farmers. One is the production of fingerlings, so that as we encourage our farmers to keep fish ponds, then we also have the right species that can be able to do best in trying to support our food chain, because fish is food just like any other. And the other pyrethrum, you spoke about pyrethrum, but Gekaria spoke about pyrethrum. I think there are areas in this country where pyrethrum grows, and pyrethrum, I think, is raw material of pesticides that we require for, we buy a lot of pesticide to preserve our seeds and our food. And I think time has come when we really have to sit down and see how to empower farmers, take back them to their farmers to do pyrethrum, because is a plant, is a crop that is so beneficial to our economy. I'm inviting you, Mheshimiwa Gikaria, to share more thoughts and ideas on how this can be done, because just like I said before, that we are going to map out the country to have crops and data on where we have crops growing best in whatever county, so that in terms of disseminating information, then it's part of the thing that we need to be telling our farmers, so that they don't do a try and error thing. And I'm sure this is available. It is possible.
Thank you, Honorable Linturi. I'll give you 3 minutes to make your closing wish.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank this committee for giving me an hearing, and I
have given you 2.5 hours. All your colleagues have been having 90 minutes.
I think I thank you, Speaker, for that magnanimity, and probably say it's because of the docket that I serve, because it's so critical to the country. I want to ask you and persuade you that in your wisdom, Mr. Speaker, that this country requires all of us. The arms of government must work together, must work in tandem, and I am willing and ready to submit to the authority of this House in making sure that the legislation that we propose, the ideas that you come with, will go a long way in improving food productivity, in making Kenya food secure, if I find favor in your wisdom and approve me as the nominee to take the position of CS Agriculture. I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Franklin Mithika Linturi. I'll now, before releasing you, advise you to engage with the clerk's office. They need some documentation from you before you leave the precincts of this county hall. Sergeant, you may show the honorable nominee the way out. Do you members want 3 minute stretch? A 5 minute stretch will resume at 11:38.
Well, do you know what's happening around you? Morning Cafe with heated political debates. Baraza la Siasa.
Hiyo kitu azungumzie, angalie hali ya maisha ya watu.
Informative health discussions. Business, farming. Tasty Wednesday, Fitness Thursday, and Feel Good Friday with amazing DJs, celebs,
waimbaji, kuna comedians, alafu kuna wajinga,
and music bands every Monday to Friday from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. How well do you know what's happening around you? Morning Cafe with heated political debates, Baraza la Siasa,
hiyo kitu azungumzie, angalie hali ya maisha ya watu,
informative health discussions, business, farming, Tasty Wednesday, Fitness Thursday, and Feel Good Friday with amazing DJs, celebs,
waimbaji, kuna comedians, alafu kuna wajinga,
and music bands every Monday to Friday from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. How well do you know what's happening around you? Morning Cafe with heated political debates, Baraza la Siasa,
hiyo kitu azungumzie, angalie hali ya maisha ya watu,
informative health discussions, business, farming, Tasty Wednesday, Fitness Thursday, and Feel Good Friday with amazing DJs, celebs,
waimbaji, kuna comedians, alafu kuna wajinga,
and music bands every Monday to Friday from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. How well do you know what's happening around you? Morning Cafe with heated political debates, Baraza la Siasa,
hiyo kitu azungumzie, angalie hali ya maisha ya watu,
informative health discussions, business, farming, Tasty Wednesday, Fitness Thursday, and Feel Good Friday with amazing DJs, celebs,
waimbaji, kuna comedians, alafu kuna wajinga,
and music bands every Monday to Friday from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. How well do you know what's happening around you? Morning Cafe with heated political debates, Baraza la Siasa,
hiyo kitu azungumzie, angalie hali ya maisha ya watu,
informative health discussions, business, farming, Tasty Wednesday, Fitness Thursday, and Feel Good Friday with amazing DJs, celebs,
waimbaji, kuna comedians, alafu kuna wajinga,
and music bands every Monday to Friday from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. How well do you know what's happening around you? Morning Cafe with heated political debates, Baraza la Siasa,
hiyo kitu azungumzie, angalie hali ya maisha ya watu,
informative health discussions, business, farming, Tasty Wednesday, Fitness Thursday, and Feel Good Friday with amazing DJs, celebs,
waimbaji, kuna comedians, alafu kuna wajinga,
and music bands every Monday to Friday from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. How well do you know what's happening around you? Morning Cafe with heated political debates, Baraza la Siasa,
hiyo kitu azungumzie, angalie hali ya maisha ya watu,
informative health discussions, business, farming, Tasty Wednesday, Fitness Thursday, and Feel Good Friday with amazing DJs, celebs,
waimbaji, kuna comedians, alafu kuna wajinga,
and music bands every Monday to Friday from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. you know what's happening around you? Morning Cafe with heated political debates. Baraza la Siasa.
Hiyo kitu azungumzie, angalie hali ya maisha ya watu.
Informative health discussions. Business, farming. Tasty Wednesday, Fitness Thursday, and Feel Good Friday with amazing DJs, celebs,
waimbaji, kuna comedians, alafu kuna wajinga,
and music bands every Monday to Friday from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. How well do you know what's happening around you? Morning Cafe with heated political debates. Baraza la Siasa.
Hiyo kitu azungumzie, angalie hali ya maisha ya watu.
Informative health discussions. Business, farming. Tasty Wednesday, Fitness Thursday, and Feel Good Friday with amazing DJs, celebs,
waimbaji, kuna comedians, alafu kuna wajinga,
and music bands every Monday to Friday from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. How well do you know what's happening around you? Morning Cafe with heated political debates. Baraza la Siasa.
Hiyo kitu azungumzie, angalie hali ya maisha ya watu.
Informative health discussions. Business, farming. Tasty Wednesday, Fitness Thursday, and Feel Good Friday with amazing DJs, celebs,
waimbaji, kuna comedians, alafu kuna wajinga,
and music bands every Monday to Friday from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. How well do you know what's happening around you? Morning Cafe with heated political debates. Baraza la Siasa.
Hiyo kitu azungumzie, angalie hali ya maisha ya watu.
Informative health discussions. Business, farming. Tasty Wednesday, Fitness Thursday, and Feel Good Friday with amazing DJs, celebs,
waimbaji, kuna comedians, alafu kuna wajinga,
and music bands every Monday to Friday from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. How well do you know what's happening around you? Morning Cafe with heated political debates. Baraza la Siasa.
Hiyo kitu azungumzie, angalie hali ya maisha ya watu.
Informative health discussions. Business, farming. Tasty Wednesday, Fitness Thursday, and Feel Good Friday with amazing DJs, celebs,
waimbaji, kuna comedians, alafu kuna wajinga,
and music bands every Monday to Friday from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. How well do you know what's happening around you? Morning Cafe with heated political debates. Baraza la Siasa.
Hiyo kitu azungumzie, angalie hali ya maisha ya watu.
Informative health discussions. Business, farming. Tasty Wednesday, Fitness Thursday, and Feel Good Friday with amazing DJs, celebs,
waimbaji, kuna comedians, alafu kuna wajinga,
and music bands every Monday to Friday from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. How well do you know what's happening around you? Morning Cafe with heated political debates. Baraza la Siasa.
Hiyo kitu azungumzie, angalie hali ya maisha ya watu.
Informative health discussions. Business, farming. Tasty Wednesday, Fitness Thursday, and Feel Good Friday with amazing DJs, celebs,
waimbaji, kuna comedians, alafu kuna wajinga.
and music bands every Monday to Friday from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. How well do you know what's happening around you? Morning Cafe with heated political debates, Baraza la Siasa,
Hiyo kitu azungumzie, angalie hali ya maisha ya watu.
Informative health discussions, business, farming, Tasty Wednesday, Fitness Thursday, and Feel Good Friday with amazing DJs, celebs,
Waimbaji, kuna comedians, alafu kuna wajinga.
and music bands every Monday to Friday from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. How well do you know what's happening around you? Morning Cafe with heated political debates, Baraza la Siasa,
Hiyo kitu azungumzie, angalie hali ya maisha ya watu.
Informative health discussions, business, farming, Tasty Wednesday, Fitness Thursday, and Feel Good Friday with amazing DJs, celebs,
Waimbaji, kuna comedians, alafu kuna wajinga.
and music bands every Monday to Friday from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. How well do you know what's happening around you? Morning Cafe with heated political debates, Baraza la Siasa,
Hiyo kitu azungumzie, angalie hali ya maisha ya watu.
Informative health discussions, business, farming, Tasty Wednesday, Fitness Thursday, and Feel Good Friday with amazing DJs, celebs,
Waimbaji, kuna comedians, alafu kuna wajinga.
and music bands every Monday to Friday from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. How well do you know what's happening around you? Morning Cafe with heated political debates, Baraza la Siasa,
Hiyo kitu azungumzie, angalie hali ya maisha ya watu.
Informative health discussions, business, farming, Tasty Wednesday, Fitness Thursday, and Feel Good Friday with amazing DJs, celebs,
Waimbaji, kuna comedians, alafu kuna wajinga.
and music bands every Monday to Friday from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. How well do you know what's happening around you? Morning Cafe with heated political debates, Baraza la Siasa,
Hiyo kitu azungumzie, angalie hali ya maisha ya watu.
Informative health discussions, business, farming, Tasty Wednesday, Fitness Thursday, and Feel Good Friday with amazing DJs, celebs,
Waimbaji, kuna comedians, alafu kuna wajinga.
and music bands every Monday to Friday from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. How well do you know what's happening around you? Morning Cafe with heated political debates, Baraza la Siasa,
Hiyo kitu azungumzie, angalie hali ya maisha ya watu.
Informative health discussions, business, farming, Tasty Wednesday, Fitness Thursday, and Feel Good Friday with amazing DJs, celebs,
Waimbaji, kuna comedians, alafu kuna wajinga.
and music bands every Monday to Friday from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. well do you know what's happening around you? Morning Cafe with heated political debates. How well do you know what's happening around you? Morning Cafe with heated political debates. Baraza la Siasa.
Hiyo kitu azungumzie, angalie hali ya maisha ya watu.
Informative health discussions. Business, farming. Tasty Wednesday, Fitness Thursday, and Feel Good Friday with amazing DJs, celebs,
waimbaji, kuna comedians.
Thank you, Mr. Owalo. This is a committee of Parliament, National Assembly, so to speak, chaired by the Speaker, yours truly, and members who will introduce themselves. It's a committee whose responsibility under the Constitution, the law, and standing orders is to interrogate you, to engage you, have a conversation with you, to establish your suitability to occupy the office for which His Excellency the President has nominated you. In so doing, we're going to have an engagement, and I'll tell you how we'll engage after these introductions so that we can move a little faster in the interest of time, because all these processes are time-bound. I'll ask the Deputy Speaker to introduce herself.
My name is Gladys Boss, member for Uasin Gishu County and Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly. Karibu.
Kimani Shongo, MP Kikuyu.
My name is Opio Wandai, MP Ugunja.
My name is Owen Baya, MP Kilifi North. I'm Robert Mbui, MP Kadhiani.
Rehab Mukami, County MP Nyeri.
I'm Ferdinand Kevin Wanyonyi, Member of Parliament Kwanza, Trans Nzoia County.
George Gitonga Murugara, MP Tharaka, Tharaka Nithi County.
Honorable Mishimboko, MP Likoni.
Nelson Rapkoech, MP Belgut.
Caleb Amisi, MP Sabot.
Didoraso, MP Saku.
Abdishuri, MP Balambala.
Emase Mary, MP Teso South.
Stephen Mule, MP Matungulu.
Gikaria David, Nakuru Townist.
Naisula Lesuda, MP Samburu West.
We also have the Secretariat led by the Clerk of the House.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Sitting in for the Acting Clerk of the National Assembly, I'm Florence Atenya Bonyo, Director, Audit, Appropriations and Other Select Committees. Accompanying me is Mr. Michael Karuru to the left, who is the Deputy Director, Legal Services, and behind him is a team of officers in the Committee Secretariat.
Good. Mr. Owalo, once again, welcome. We'll have an engagement here right after. We will have 90 minutes within which to engage you. Within that period, members will ask you questions through the chair. You will avail answers through the chair. Clear, precise, concise answers on the questions asked. Avoid any altercations with any member. Avoid raising your temper if even if you are stressed to do so. We want to have a civil engagement.
Thank you, Chair.
Before we start, we'll ask you about some documentations, and once we finish that, you will be given 10 minutes to tell us the journey of your life. Please avoid being scattered and be focused, and tell us what is helpful to the committee. We're inquiring in your suitability to hold the office as a Cabinet Secretary for Information, communication, and the digital economy. So we are unlikely to ask you to tell us how many fish there are in Lake Victoria. And don't volunteer that.
I stand guided, Chair.
Yes. Once we give you time to tell us your journey through life for 10 minutes, then we'll open the floor. So once we go through the documentation, I'll give you just 10 minutes. If you take less, the better. To tell us who is Eliud Owalo. Where were you born? Where do you come from? How have you walked through your life? And how did you end up where you are sitting? Simple things, but important things that will determine what your future holds. I'll ask you for some documentation. Number one, do you have the tax compliance certificate?
Yes, Chair, I do.
You've forwarded most of them already?
Yes, I did, but I've come with copies of the same.
The Office of the Clerk will want to compare the originals that you have with what you send to them so that they can be satisfied with the authenticity. You have your clearance with the Higher Education Loans Board?
Yes, Chair.
Do you have your clearance with Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission?
Yes, please.
Do you have a clearance from DCI,
Yes,
commonly
please.
called the Certificate of Good Conduct?
Yes, please.
Have you ever been charged and convicted of an offense in a court of law?
No.
Have you ever been adversely mentioned in any investigatory report of a parliamentary committee or commission?
Not at all.
Are you a dual citizen of Kenya and any other sovereign?
Just Kenyan.
Yes, Kenyan. You have your identity card?
Yes, please.
You'll present the original to the clerk. At a personal level, what is your financial net worth?
645 million, Chairman.
645 million. How is it made up?
Well, my Nairobi house has got a value of 120 million shillings. Upcountry, my residential house upcountry, Mr. Chairman, is worth 70 million. I own land upcountry worth 200 million. 4 cars worth about 15 million. A hotel facility, not fully complete, but 80 million as at now. Though based on the bill of quantities on completion, it's worth 293 billion. I've ventured heavily into commercial tree planting. And as at now, I estimate that the value proposition of that is 160 million, Chairman. This comes to a sum total of 645 million.
Excellent. Now I give you your 10 minutes to tell us the journey of your life.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I'm happy to be here. My name is Eliud Owalo. I was born on 27th February, the year 1967. In Asembo. Asembo is in Rarieda district of Siaya County. I went to the local Oboch Primary School before proceeding to Maseno National School for my O-levels, and then subsequently to St. Mary's School Yala for my A-levels. I then joined Kenyatta University, Mr. Chairman, to pursue my Bachelor of Arts degree in Economics and Business Studies, which I successfully completed, graduating with a second-class honors degree in Economics and Business Studies, Mr. Chairman. I also hold a master's, an MBA degree from the University of Nairobi with a specialization in human resource management. As we speak, I'm at the tail end of my PhD program at the University of Nairobi, pursuing a PhD in strategic management. I'm done with the coursework. I'm now progressing to the level of the thesis, Mr. Chairman. Professionally, based on my 22 years of experience in consultancy within the HR regime, I'm a fellow of the Institute of Human Resource Management, Mr. Chairman. My professional background is, I'm an economist by profession, a human resource management expert, and I'm also a strategy expert. So I've been practicing since the year 2001 as an economist, management consultant, and strategy expert, Mr. Chairman. My areas of core competency or specialization, Mr. Chairman, are micro and macroeconomic analysis, strategic planning, organizational restructuring, job evaluation, and management of strategic change, over and above facilitation of various management development programs in the areas such as leadership, performance management, management of change, and so on and so forth, Mr. Chairman. I've been practicing as the managing consultant of Eliud and Associates since inception on 6 February 2001. Specifically, Mr. Chairman, with respect to strategic planning, which is my main forte, I've had the honor and privilege of going through an extensive existential experience of having been the consultant for development of most of the strategic plans in this country in the public sector. With respect to ministerial strategic plans, in the year 2008, I was the consultant for development of the strategic plan for Ministry of Justice, which was voted the best strategic plan at that point in time among the ministerial strategic plans, Mr. Chairman. Among ministries, I've had the honor of being the consultant for strategic plan for Ministry of Lands, Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Labor twice, Ministry of Heritage, Ministry of Cooperative Development, Ministry of Provincial Administration, and Interior and Provincial Administration, Mr. Chairman. Within parastatals, I've been privileged to have been the consultant for the development of strategic plan and business plan for the Kenya Ports Authority, Kenya Airports Authority in the year 2010, Kenya National Highways Authority twice in the year 2013 and in 2017, the current strategic plan, Mr. Chairman, for the Kenya School of Government, the first strategic plan for KETRACO, that is Kenya Electricity Transmission Company, the first strategic plan for Competition Authority, the first strategic plan for Kenya Trade Network Agency, the first strategic plan.
In the interest of time, that will do. Go on to other areas.
Okay, so one thing I want to mention with respect to my professional experience is that in the course of development of these strategic plans, Mr. Chairman, and just for purposes of record, there are over 50 which have developed in the recent past in the public sector. I've also had the opportunity of aligning these strategic plans to relevant policy documents. Because organizations don't operate in a vacuum, Mr. Chairman, but do so within a framework of macro level and even regional and international level policy framework, I've had the existential experience of developing and aligning these strategic plans, not just locally to the Kenya Vision 2030 and its successive medium-term plans, but also regionally to the East Africa Community Vision 2050, the Africa Union's Agenda 2063, and globally to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. So from a policy perspective, Mr. Chairman, based on the mandate that I'm expected to execute, if this committee certifies my nomination, and of course by extension the full House of Parliament, I stand in good stead from a policy perspective to execute that mandate, Mr. Chairman. I also want to mention that specifically with respect to strategic planning, I've had the honor and privilege of having been the consultant for development of the strategic plan for Competition Authority of Kenya, Mr. Chairman. Why am I mentioning this? I'm mentioning this because I'm expected to execute a CS mandate in an industry which has got few players. This industry, Mr. Chairman, needs to be guided by prudent competition laws, and in this respect, the wealth of experience I gained while developing the strategic plan for the Competition Authority will stand me in good stead as I provide leadership in an industry which is largely characterized by monopolistic, duopolistic, oligopolistic, and perhaps monopolistic tendencies, Mr. Chairman. I'm talking about an industry, Mr. Chairman, with few players, either 1, 2, 3, or with few players but differentiated products. That's what I've said in short. Also, Mr. Chairman, I've been the consultant for development of strategic plan for Kentrade, and this prepares me adequately to discern how to use e-commerce in the conduct of business, which is also integral in the ICT sector. That has prepared me adequately. Also, have been the consultant about 10 years ago for development of strategic plan for the Africa Telecommunications Research Institute, that is AFRALTI. This is a training institution for that industry, and I've gotten a wealth of experience in discerning the operational environment within which telecommunications sector operates, Mr. Chairman. Apart from that, Mr. Chairman, I've had existential experience of serving as a council member of the Kenya School of Government, and my experience in that space also prepares me adequately to understand the operations of the public sector. So, in short, Mr. Chairman, the wealth of existential experience spanning over 22 years which I've gained in the public sector prepares me adequately to understand, comprehend the operational environment within the public sector operates, the policy frameworks that guide or govern that sector, and emerging issues in the operational environment that we need to align to moving forward, Mr. Chairman. Within the political space, Mr. Chairman, may I also mention, for purposes of clarity, that I've had the opportunity to serve in the year 2012-2013 as the head of the CORD Presidential Campaign Secretariat, Mr. Chairman, and also Chief Campaign Manager to the then CORD Presidential candidate. Subsequent to that, I've also had a stint within the ANC party, where I also served as a close ally and strategic advisor to the party leader then of the ANC party, Honorable Musalia Mudavadi, and also ran for a parliamentary seat during the elections, by-elections in Kibra in the year 2019. Subsequent to that, Mr. Chairman, I've been a part and parcel of the Kenya Kwanza presidential campaign, being a member of the Presidential Campaign Steering Council, being a member of the Economic Advisory Team, which came up with the bottom-up model and also developed the plan, the economic, the campaign manifesto, popularly known as the plan, and subsequently also developed the 48 charters on the basis of which we made commitments to the people by way of what we are going to do with respect to service delivery once we come into government. I've also served as Deputy Secretary General of the UDA party, responsible for policy and strategy, Mr. Chairman, but I've since then resigned, vacated that position effective 11th of October 2022. So moving forward, what I'm saying in a nutshell, Mr. Chairman, is that I'm fully prepared for this position and I'm ready to execute this mandate if I'm cleared by this committee.
Thank you, Eliud. I will now invite members to ask you any questions or to make any statement towards your nomination, and I'll start with the Deputy Speaker.
Mr. Owalo, good morning and congratulations on your nomination as for Cabinet Secretary for Information, Communication and Digital Economy.
Thank you.
I think this is something Kenyans want to know.
Yes.
I know you know it, but I want you to state it to Kenyans so they can be able to judge your suitability for the position.
Yes.
As you know, the Kenya Kwanza Manifesto has prioritized the creation of employment for more than 5 million unemployed Kenyan youth. It's also hoped that the business process outsourcing industry would create jobs in places like the Konza Technopolis,
yes,
which is almost at a standstill at the moment as we speak.
Yes.
So Kenyans want to know what plans do you have for revamping and accelerating the completion and uptake of the Technopolis and contributing towards the commitment for creating jobs in that industry. Thank you.
Thank you for that question.
We'll take four
questions.
Then
Okay.
you can answer them in the order they came or in whichever order you like.
Okay.
Kimani Chungwa.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Speaker, let me declare interest that I worked closely with the nominee, Eliud Owalo, as he said, in UDA and in the Kenya Kwanza economic team. and I indeed appreciate his varied skills, even in microeconomic analysis. But Honorable Owalo, maybe I'll begin with the microeconomic analysis of your net worth.
Yes.
You indicate that you have land upcountry within Siaya County, valued at about 200 million shillings.
Yes.
I would want to know the acreage, whether it's one parcel and the acreage. 2, you indicate that you have about 200,000 Europhila eucalyptus trees sitting on 20 acres, valued at about 160 million. From basic arithmetics, means you have 10,000 trees per acre. I don't know how practical that would be to have 10,000 eucalyptus trees on per acre. That's on your net worth, and is a quick microeconomic analysis now that you have very good expertise in that area. On what you are being nominated for, Eliud, the Postal Corporation of Kenya has leased numerous of its assets across the country. Buildings, land to individuals. I would want to hear whether you may want to review some of these leases and their benefit to the corporation, because this is a corporation that's now on its deathbed. Employees at the Postal Corporation of Kenya are going for months without pay, while numerous of its assets are not deriving value for it. I'd also want to hear your thoughts on the sale of telecom spectrum, especially in the last 1 year, telecom spectrum that have been sold, and to the benefit of 2 prominent families in this country, and not to the benefit of the country or the sector that you're going to work in. I think I'll take that for now, Mr.
Yes, Honorable Chair. Let me also declare that Mr. Owalo and I both hail from Siaya County. And besides, we have worked previously very closely with Mr. Owalo in ODM. I remember during those days, Eliud, I, and a few others were what I would call ideological soulmates. And so on that basis that I want to proceed with my question. 1, Mr. Owalo, you will recall during those heady days, some 2 incidents. One is on the 14th of January, 2015. You led a team to Langata Primary School at the height of the controversy surrounding the alleged grabbing of its land by certain private developers or investors. You later addressed the media at the school compound, castigating these private developers, okay? And in fact, you are quoted to have said that these developers had hatched the plot to grab the land towards Christmas Day of the previous year and completed the fraudulent transaction within a matter of days through the connivance of the relevant state organs. What I want to know is if you still hold the view, very strong view that you held then, that primitive accumulation of wealth and grabbing of public property is something to be eschewed, something to be frowned upon. 2 is on the 16th of July 2013. Remember, you were summoned by the DCI over allegations of a plot to destabilize the then Jubilee government. Okay? And you went on record again to clarify that the summon had been made by a Mr. Cheruiyot of the DCI, who had wanted you to clarify certain issues. Well, when you came out, of course, you decried this kind of move as an abuse of state power and misuse of government institutions. Do you still hold that view? Thirdly, as I finish, is I have gleaned through your private website. And in that private website, you pride yourself as a market leader in the field of organizational restructuring. I would want to know what kind of restructuring we envisage, particularly with the Media Council of Kenya, which will be under your ambit or purview when you are confirmed. Remember the case of the CEO of this council arbitrarily attempting to throw out a board member, and Parliament had to come in to stop that illegal move. And again, the issue of funding of the council. How is the council accountable for the funds that are appropriated to it? Okay. Finally, is the elephant, the big animal called Government Advertising Agency. This agency has become a tool being used by the state to stifle freedoms as envisaged under Article 33, that's of expression, 34, media freedom, and 35, the right to information held by the state. It is also being used to punish certain media houses by denying them advertisements. So what are you going to do to reform this area? Thank you.
Robert.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I know the nominee is aware that National Assembly had passed the cyber crimes bill, and it was actually assented to by His Excellency the President to become an act of Parliament. Then it found its Waterloo in the court of law. Now, knowing and noting that the way social media has spread and the kind of things that people are posting on social media, particularly our young children, when they come out of Form 4 and get a smartphone, one of the things they'll go out there is to start probably either transmitting information that is not true, that is fake news. Several times they've killed people who are still alive, and also to insult leaders. His Excellency, the former president, did say that he came out of Facebook and Twitter because of those insults. Kenya has been, I think, ranked one of the worst cyber bullies. And for your information, Canada is a list in cyberbullying. The only bully, I think, in Canada was a Kenyan who has since left. Now, I wanted to know, what will you do to ensure that this situation is sorted out and is controlled? And of course, finally, I would like to know whether Kenya Kwanza still maintains that they will provide free internet everywhere.
Thank you.
Eliud, you can now answer those four.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman. Those questions have brought to the fore very pertinent issues which I want to respond to. On the issue of jobs, Mr. Chairman, we would, as a matter of priority, leverage on ICT to create jobs. One of the fundamental areas that we will target, of course, is agriculture. Through optimal deployment of ICT, Mr. Chairman, we are able to add value to the processes along the value chain so that we enhance efficiency and effectiveness within the production processes in the agricultural sector to create jobs, Mr. Chairman. Two, with respect to digitization of government services, which is going to be also a key result area for me in this sector, we envisage to create a critical mass of digital jobs with a view to effectively bringing into the job market current unemployed youth who are actually qualified but lack opportunities, Mr. Chairman. Three, we want, as opposed to just formal jobs, we want to ensure that we encourage and facilitate the culture of entrepreneurship, Mr. Chairman, through effective deployment of ICT, more so with respect to the digital jobs that we want to create, and the massive ICT literacy program that the industry envisages to be undertaken under this ministry, Mr. Chairman. We will equip not just students in high schools with the relevant ICT skills, but we will also ensure that correspondingly the teaching fraternity are well equipped with the relevant IT skills so that we have got a critical mass of young people getting out into the job market with skills that can facilitate entrepreneurship in this sector as opposed to opting for white-collar jobs, so that people are self-employed, Mr. Chairman. In the same vein, through adequate innovation and creativity, Mr. Chairman, we can leverage on the potential of CONSA to, one, facilitate production of cheap equipment, devices, which will be a means of creating jobs, ICT devices, which will be a means of creating jobs along the manufacturing value chain, on one hand. But two, also, we can leverage on the potential of CONSA to facilitate development of ICT software, which also along the value chains will create a critical mass of jobs, Mr. Chairman. So, granted, CONSA is currently punching below its weight. We can do much better, but it is on the right trajectory, Mr. Chairman. And if we put into place appropriate measures and means of revamping the operations of CONSA, including but not limited to enhancing its status by anchoring its operations on the mandate provided through an act of parliament, we can actually enable CONSA to operate at optimal capacity levels, Mr. Chairman. The second question was in relation to the net worth, more so with respect to the commercial trees, which I plant. My proposition, Mr. Chairman, was that I am able to attach a value of 160 million shillings to these trees. And the Honorable Member for Kikuyu, Honorable Ichung'wah, has indicated that this will amount to 10,000 trees per acre, Mr. Chairman. I stand guided on this, but I believe that what I gave is actually a rough estimate of what the value proposition is based on valuation reports which I've gotten, Mr. Chairman. But I can counter-check that. With respect to the Postal Corporation of Kenya, the issue of the properties that the Postal Corporation owns, I do believe, and I'm a strong advocate of organizations.
Chair, maybe the nominee indicated you have a valuation.
Come again?
You have a valuation, or is that?
Not a valuation report, but estimates, which have been given, yes, yeah. I don't have the valuation report here.
Okay.
Yeah, but I can get it.
But the land is in where, in Siaya?
It's Siaya, yes, Siaya County.
Acreage?
Acreage is over 200 acres.
You're out of order, Honorable Kimani.
Yeah.
You have to do it through the chair. You're just engaging the witness.
Okay,
the acreage is over 200 acres.
Sorry,
but
because I had asked the specific questions and it was not answering specifically, because I had asked the actual acreage.
Yes.
And the trees, I had indicated it would average 10,000 trees per acre, which if you try and squeeze 10,000 trees on an acre, they will not fit.
Perhaps I need to look at the whole, re-engineer that whole space with respect to the statistics, Mr. Chairman, but the acreage is about 200 acres, out of which, as we speak, about 20 acres is on Europhila trees. But I can actually counter-check this fact and get back to the committee at an appropriate time. On the issue of Postal Corporation owning properties which are underutilized, from a private sector perspective, I'm a strong advocate of organizations concentrating on their core business, Mr. Chairman. And perhaps this could be an avenue of diversifying the revenue stream if we could get certain partners of partners from the private sector partnering with Postal Corporation to develop some of these properties instead of leaving them idle. This could actually be a means of diversifying the revenue streams of Postal Corporation, Mr. Kenya. On the sale of telecom, one, my understanding is that telecom holds a critical mass of strategic ICT infrastructure that serves various facets of our Kenyan economy, Mr. Chairman. Strategic in the sense that some of these are critical factors or critical services within the government ecosystem. As much as telecom had gone private, it would be prudent that as much as we advocate for privatization of entities, this should not compromise national security, in my understanding, Mr. Chairman. This is something that I believe the National Treasury, which holds shares in that entity on behalf of the Kenyan public, took into due consideration. And I promise that if I'm successful at this stage upon assumption of office, I'll quickly consult with my counterpart at the National Treasury so that we get a feasible way forward on the issue of telecom, while not at the same time negating the principle of privatization, which I hold very dear, Mr. Chairman. Now, on the issue of my ideological orientation, the honorable member has mentioned that on the 14th of January 2015, I raised issues with the grabbing of Langata Primary School land and whether or not I still hold the same position. Now, I'm a strong believer in good governance, Mr. Chairman, and the issues that I raised at that point in time perhaps brought this issue into the public domain. I believe that these issues are now before the courts of law, and we need to wait for our judicial system to bring this to a logical conclusion, Mr. Chairman. Now, as much as we need to hold dear the principles of good governance, I, in the same vein, believe that we need to allow independent institutions, Mr. Chairman, to execute their mandate without any undue influence from any sector in government. And if institutions are independent, let us not have any other arm of government interfering in the independent institutions or the operations of those independent institutions. So I believe that the institutions which are charged with this responsibility will execute their mandate with respect to this case to a logical conclusion. And at that point in time, we will stand guided accordingly, Mr. Chairman. There's also the issue of I having been summoned to the CID headquarters on 16th of July 2013 on alleged matters of having some intentions to destabilize the then Jubilee government. Mr. Chairman, it is indeed true that those summons were issued one morning. I got those summons. I organized myself quickly and reported to the CID headquarters. But when I got there, I came to realize that the CID acted on some claims or allegations by some anonymous complainant. And at that point in time, the CID had not ascertained the veracity or otherwise of those allegations. I was indeed asked to write a statement, but I declined as a matter of principle because I felt that it was incumbent upon the CID to undertake its investigations. And once they had conclusively undertaken their investigations and come up with a technically feasible position, they were at that point then in time duty-bound to support me. But I was not going to help the CID in undertaking its investigations, Mr. Chairman. The irony is, Mr. Chairman, that at the same time when I was summoned, I also simultaneously applied for a certificate of good conduct from the same CID, Mr. Chairman, which came back in the affirmative. The CID did indicate that they would summon me if they had got something substantive that they wanted me to respond to. To date, about 10 years down the line, they have never called me back. The matter ended there, and that's how the case. Those are the facts of the case, Mr. Chairman. On the issue of organizational restructuring, what do I envisage to do with respect to the Media Council? I'm a strong advocate of self-regulation of industries and sectors. I believe that we have got adequate capacity within the media fraternity to self-regulate itself. The role of the ministry would be limited to provision of a policy framework that facilitates an enabling environment to facilitate that, Mr. Chairman. I would rather the media fraternity regulates itself while we create that enabling environment. But if I'm successful and I assume office, I'll of course initiate constant, regular consultations with stakeholders in that industry so that we discern emerging issues from time to time that perhaps as a ministry we will then have to respond to or align our operations to, just to look at what is emerging based on those consultations, and then we will deal with it. The issue of government advertising agency and whether or not it is curtailing the freedoms of the media. Now, I believe the intention of the government or introducing the government in advertising agency to regulate or to administer advertisement of public sector entities, more so the ministries, was well-intentioned. In my understanding, the intention was to ensure optimal utilization of budgetary provisions for advertisement. This again is an issue we can look at, and depending on whatever feedback we get from the stakeholders, I believe in a participatory approach to leadership, Mr. Chairman, then we can re-engineer everything in that space at that point in time, based on matters arising therefrom or incidental thereto, Mr. Chairman. On the issue of computer misuse and cybercrime bill, and of course the whole space of social media and whether or not we should regulate social media in conformity to the laws. Fundamentally, as a matter of principle, I believe in personal discipline and self-regulation. That is the starting point. As a matter of courtesy, we know we have got the national values which all of us are incumbent to align to. We need, first of all, to sensitize ourselves on these national values so that all players, the social media included, act and exercise their freedom of association with utmost responsibility. I would, however, as much as we have got the laws and regulations, I'm not a strong proponent of curtailing media freedom. But the way forward is that within the confines of the law and based on the output of stakeholder forums that I intend to initiate, we should be able to develop a common position on the way forward. But we have got the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Bill 2018, which actually gives adequate provisions for governing the operations of this space, Mr. Chairman. Subsequent amendments have also been made to propose to this bill through the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Amendment Bill 2021. So I believe from a legal, regulatory, and proper policy perspective, we have got all that we require to ensure that this space is adequately regulated, but fundamentally without curtailing the freedoms of expression as espoused in the dictates of our constitutional dispensation, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I'll take Owen Bayer. I'll take Mary Masse. I'll take Raso. I'll take Mule and Naisula. Yeah? You are? You want to go the most? Okay, Owen.
All right.
Let me step down.
Okay.
Give to the Honorable Dawood and Raso, the one to go to the most. You want to ask questions and wait for answers, or then it will make no difference? I thought you want to throw in a question and leave us to take the answers. Okay? Then, okay, I'll give you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'll give you with Raso and Mishi.
Yeah.
Mishi, you also want to go to the mosque?
Yes, Friday.
It's
Yes.
Friday today.
Yes. You finish, then I can excuse you as we go on with the rest. Oh, and I hope you don't mind. Matters of faith are very sensitive.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. Let me congratulate the nominee. Your predecessor, CS Musheru, introduced the Ajira program, which has not gone out to all constituencies of this country. In your position, if you are confirmed, do you think you will continue with that Ajira program and expand it, or you're going to do something more radical than what CS Musheru did? Secondly, regarding internet connectivity, I remember the President Ruto talking about internet connectivity for the whole country. How will you achieve it, and are you thinking of doing it? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Owalo, you have been doing some work for government and quasi-government institutions, yes, particularly in the area of strategic plans, balanced scorecard, job evaluation. But within the same form, you have said that there's no conflict of interest. What are you likely to do? Because in case the House approves your nomination, you'll be sitting at an elevated position to actually influence jobs to be given to your company. How would you avoid that? The other thing is about KBC. KBC is a depository of the history of this country, and it is the mother institution that has given birth to all other media houses. What is it that you are likely to do that it does not just become an archive, but also a leading media house, like what we see the BBC has happened to the BBC over a century? Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, as per Kenya Kwanza Manifesto, they have said that they are going to reduce the cost of making phone calls and internet, and also allow Kenyans, and especially the youth, to access online platform so that they can access job opportunities for entertainment, for businesses and other use. I don't know how viable is it going to happen, because the last regime, where His Excellency was the Deputy President, you promised to give laptop to all the students in our schools, but it never materialized. I don't know how different are you going to do it right now to ensure that this one is achieved. The other one is on e-learning as a remedy to ensure that we reduce the cost of education. But I would also want to hear whether you're going to extend this in terms of adult education centers, where so many Kenyans who could not access education during their early ages, now they want to be literate. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Eliud, you can quickly answer those short, precise questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Ajira digital program is a fundamental and, in my view, very feasible proposition. Yes, we will continue with it because it is actually a mechanism of leveraging on our digital platforms to create jobs for the youth. If we enhance the ICT infrastructure in place, Mr. Chairman, we should be able to have this Ajira digital program rolled to all parts of the country. And with the intended rollout of 100,000 kilometers of fiber optic cable, we should be able to facilitate access to the Ajira digital program in all parts of the country. With respect to internet connectivity, yes, we will enhance this. How do we do this, Mr. Chairman? One, the starting point again is the ICT infrastructure. Ensure that through the digital superhighway, we have got reliable and stable and extensive ICT infrastructure all over the country. And then once we have done that, we come in to see ways and means of lowering the cost of internet so that we have got access to internet all over the country, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, ceteris paribus, the cost of internet, like any other product in the market, is a function of the inputs that go into the productive processes. If we lower the cost of ICT infrastructure, we should then be able to end up with affordable internet everywhere, up to the village and even the household level, Mr. Chairman. On the issue of my hitherto extensive consultancy experience within government and SAGAS, and whether or not or how I will handle that moving forward. Mr. Chairman, I strongly subscribe to the principles of good governance. I understand the fact that if I assume office as CS, I cannot continue undertaking consultancy for government. As we speak, I've already given firm instructions to my lawyers to evaluate this position and see how fast, upon assumption of office, if I'm cleared, I can then vacate the consultancy space for government, Mr. Chairman, and this is something that I promise to do. There will be absolutely no conflict of interest on my part with respect to consultancy assignments, more so with respect to specifically the execution of these assignments by the firm where I've been the managing consultant, Eliud and Associates. With respect to KBC, I fully and exclusively agree with the honorable member that something needs to be done about KBC. Mr. Chairman, it is ironical that KBC, with its strong brand and wide network of infrastructure, is today punching below its weight in the marketplace. This will be one of my key areas of intervention if I come into office as CS for this ministry, Mr. Chairman. So what do I intend to do? One, I intend to revitalize the operations of KBC, first of all, by rebranding it. I don't quite understand the reason that informed, first of all, the change of name from the Voice of Kenya to the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, Mr. Chairman. You know, there are certain very simple, basic things you can do and just change, turn over an organization. Just by changing the name of KBC to and reverting it back, for example, I'm just giving a hypothetical example, to its either to Voice of Kenya. That stands KBC in good state to be seen as a market leader in that sector. Simple things, you just rebrand it. Two, we can strengthen or leverage on ICT to re-engineer the content of KBC so that it gets effective positioning in the market. Three, we need to revitalize the infrastructure of KCB so that it is in tandem not just with market needs, but also benchmarked with global best practices in that industry, Mr. Chairman. Those are some of the interventions, and I promise, without fear of contradiction, Mr. Chairman, that the issue of KBC will not just be one of my thematic areas of key result areas of intervention, but I would also want to be held accountable by virtue of having a very clear performance indicator as far as turning KBC is concerned. The issue of cost of internet and creation of jobs, yes, I believe I've answered this, but I can just come up again and give more value proposition to my earlier answer. If we enhance the ICT infrastructure and ensure that we have got adequate skills through the digital literacy program, not just for the students, but also the teachers and also other market players, such as the health sector and the public at large, we should then be able to leverage on ICT to enhance efficiency and effectiveness in our production processes, not just to bring down the cost of living, but also to create jobs, Mr. Chairman. Issue of laptops, yes, this is something that I believe is doable, and if in any case we will do it. Through the Konza Metropolis, Mr. Chairman, there is already a rollout of distribution of these laptops to school. But it is not just an issue of distribution of laptops. It must be in tandem with simultaneous undertaking of a massive e-literacy program at all levels, Mr. Chairman, so that the demand in the market is responded to, Mr. Chairman. The e-learning for adult education centers, this again, just the same way we are going to have the digital villages targeting the youth, we can equally do the same for the for the adults, Mr. Chairman, so that we really have a truly digital economy without unnecessary segmentation of that marketplace where we have some lopsided interventions where perhaps only the youth are benefiting, but we leave out the adults, Mr. Chairman. So yes, it can be done.
Thank you, Eliud. Owen?
All right.
We can release... yes, sir. Mary, I'm very clear what I'm doing, Mary. I had given Owen Bayer, yourself, I was going on, then they raised the issue of going to the mosque. So now I'll give to Owen, you, then I'll give to the team at the back, I'll give to Naisula, Gikaria, and Mule. Please ask one question each so that we manage our time well. I think the gentleman is doing reasonably well.
Okay. Thank you, Speaker and Chair. My question on Ajira has been responded to, but I would like to focus on something you said when you were telling us about yourself. You said you're an expert in organizational restructuring and strategic planning. And in that vein, you showed us how you have been involved in almost all ministries in this country, developing their strategic plan, strategic planner ideas about how to carry out some work. But seemingly, having said you did all that, this government, the past government, past regimes, didn't seem to have touched the lives of people, despite your infusing those ideas. And the cost of life went high, cost of living went high, everything else didn't go right, and yet this government seemed to have been exclusively operating on your ideas. What value do you bring to the new government? What is it, what new ideas do you have that will permeate government and make life better, reduce the cost of living, make life good for Kenyans? And what went wrong despite your ideas? Thank you, Chair.
Mary?
Well, thank you, Speaker. Through you, the nominee. One of the other pledges that we gave to the Kenyans through the Kenya Kwanza pledges was the mainstreaming, was the need to mainstream the development of arts and culture. I'm talking about theaters, music halls, art galleries, into the infrastructure development program. We all are aware that we have a lot of talent out there. And to the members, I know each one of us has had to support an artist. Where I come from, they go and record music in Uganda. So my question is, as Cabinet Secretary, what are some of the areas you'll prioritize, and how will you address the challenge of funding the infrastructure projects to unlock the potential of the creative economy? And I offer you 5 acres of land in Teso South to start one for Busia County. Thank you.
Yes, Naisula.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Owalo, how do you facilitate the inclusion of students from the rural communities or those that are in far-flung areas who don't have access to modern technology and internet connectivity, just so that there is equity? And Mr. Chair, if you'll just allow me to add this, that having worked at KBC, I don't think that rebranding is the main problem. It has been rebranded and rebranded and rebranded before. I don't think that is the main challenge. You might have to relook at it. But I want to also hear about the staff. You have to look at their motivation when you look at promotions, their salaries, just so that KBC is not only an incubator of good talent, and then they move to the private media houses, but you should actually aim to retain the great talent that is at KBC.
Good.
Yes,
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I am impressed, Mr. Owalo, by what you've done on the aspect of the pro bono. You know, sponsoring Gor Mahia, AFC, and others. How I wish that that amount of money would have been used at these small clubs in Siaya village for you to be able to, to tap talent. Because as you have said, and I've seen some of the articles that you've written on how the government should come in and save FC and Gor Mahia, which is something that is okay, but how I wish you would have gone down to the village. And my question is about if we digitalize services, government. When I was doing my course, we were told as we also digitalize, then the aspect of cutting employment is also very huge. As you digitalize, then you reduce the number of employment, because if things were done manually, you could see how the number of employees, and yet Kenya Kwanza is there to create opportunities, job opportunities, and to reduce the unemployment percentage. So how are you going to balance as you digitalize vis-a-vis, killing job opportunities that are brought by that? Thank you.
Mule. Thank you very much, Speaker. This goes to the nominee, and my question goes by what is in the public domain, which is the unearthing of state-owned fiber optic network project, whereby the lender, who is Exim Bank of China, is said to be in debt of 21 billion Kenya shillings, and the access of the project documents, contracts signed between locals and international, has been an opaque and has not been very clearly exposed to the public. As a cabinet nominee, will you be in a position to give us a clear openness on this project, together with device management system being installed in communication mobile for Kenyans, which might lead to serious surveillance of Kenyans without their notice? I know you might not want to comment on this because it's an issue between the Communication of Kenya and the Supreme Court, which they need to pronounce themselves. But your view as an expert of management, are these realities, when if you are confirmed by this committee, to bring to light these two kind of projects to Kenyans to make sure that we are safe?
Eliud, I think we can take the remaining 5 so that you can answer all of them.
Okay.
Where questions of overlap, you just
harmonize, yes.
Yeah, you harmonize.
Yep.
Amisi, then Kosing, then George, then Ferdinand, then Mukami.
Thank you.
One question each, please.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. The nominee, you started by describing the various types of markets, from the monopolies or oligopolies, and touching on monopolies that have controlled the market here in Kenya. Most citizens become suspicious of the monopolies that exist because they basically cause inequalities, and they wield a lot of economic power. They exploit, factors of production, labor and capital to the disadvantage of the other new entrants. Do you think it is a common threat to telecommunication in the near future, and even in the media? Because when you focus so much on one state media to the disadvantage of the other, in a very highly competitive global environment, is this a threat, monopolies?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Nominee, my name is Honorable Kosing David, MP for Poko South. I didn't say my name earlier. Mr. Chair, the nominee is coming at a very critical time. Should this House, through this committee, approves him? And there's been a bit of some controversy back and forth, particularly on the marginal areas of this country, which of course is known as arid and semi-arid areas or counties. which then is about 70-80% of the country in terms of network, Honorable Chair, for purpose of communication, security, and so on. And what's the controversy? The controversy is that, for example, Safaricom don't want to do network or build masts there for people to access network. Why? They think that it is not economical, because then people cannot, or maybe they cannot get enough money from the people living around there for purpose of communication. And therefore, Celtel, Telcom, and Safaricom are not interested about this area. 70% of the country. Now, Honorable Owalo, should you be, what will you consider? Because there's this fund called Universal Service Fund, which was established by the people of Kenya because of that, so that this fund can be able to build networks in those areas so that Kenyans can access network. But nothing much has been done. What will you do in your 100 days? Will you promise this House that in your 100 days, because millions of those Kenyans living in those areas now are listening to you and watching and saying, what will you do? Will you take that one as one of your performance contracts from ourselves, from myself on behalf, and say you will be able to take this fund to where it is supposed to have been working, which is those areas which people consider uneconomical, and yet there are people of Kenya living there. I thank you, Chair.
George. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Nominee, we represent rural constituencies, and a while back we were encouraged through CDF to construct ICT hub centers. Not many were constructed because I think there were reservations, because people felt the ministry may not be able to carry this through. But in your own estimation, and upon being confirmed if that is going to happen, do you undertake to us, even to Parliament, that if these ICT hubs are constructed, you will quickly move in, equip them, and our youths are able to access ICT through those hubs for purposes of employment, research, and whatever else we have to do through those hubs?
Of Kwanza. I see. My name is Ferdinand Wanyonyi of Kwanza constituency. I have seen some bit of a realignment of the parastatals in the government. To the extent that even some departments are realigned wrongly. I know of a case where I've been discussing with my colleagues here as well. You find that irrigation department, which is basically in agriculture, was moved to, I know irrigation is water, but what you irrigate crops, is moved to blue economy. I don't know by name or whatever, the arrangement of that. And if you are being a consultant, I see you're very vast in this, and there is a respect you for that reason. Again, we have had a case where government bought shares from telecom. Yeah. Now I think it's, so to say, is now state-owned. Telecom is state-owned. I don't know for what reason this has happened. And now you find now telecoms not doing the same thing. We used to use it for postal or for land, moving the communication by land. Now it's no longer there. I'd rather get matatu, put whatever I have to take to my country, up country, instead of using the post office. What's your view on this? Am I right or you're right to have done this arrangement, which I think, in my view, is actually taking us backward? Or is it for individual gains?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mukami, the last in this batch.
Thank you, our nominee. I'm impressed you've done your homework. What will you do to safeguard talent and intellectual property for the youth who will be the drivers of the digital economy? And I would also like to know what you think about the split of Safaricom to M-Pesa and Voice. Thank you.
You can quickly answer those, Eliud.
Okay, first of all, from Honorable Massey, the issue of mainstreaming the development of arts and culture, the creative economy. One, what we need to do, first of all, is to tackle this issue by understanding the functional domains which fall within this sector. We have got music, we have got design, we have got theater, just to mention but a few, and even arts and crafts. Now, this is an economy, Mr. Chairman, that envisages to exploit the potential of hitherto untapped capabilities amongst our youth. How do we do this? First of all, there is need for appropriate legal and regulatory framework in this industry. We have got the Copyright Act. This needs to be strengthened, yeah, so that the intellectual properties of these young people is not taken advantage of by middlemen or based on dysfunctionalities in the marketplace. Two, we need to empower these people through provision of adequate access to capital. How do we do this? If I'm confirmed and I take over office, I need to initiate the Kenya Film Bill and liaise with the House so that it becomes an act that will facilitate the establishment of a film fund, Mr. Chairman, that can facilitate access to cheap credit, provision of widely accessible credit, but also being disbursed at optimal rates of interest, way below the prevailing market or bank rates, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, is he coming back? Chair?
Yes.
Is he coming back to my question, or does he
I missed your question.
to have jumped?
Oh, yes, Honorable Owen Bayer. The issue of restructuring, yeah? Oh, yes, I've developed many strategic plans, but then there's a disconnect between the number of strategic plans I've developed and what has been witnessed by way of results. Now, let me clarify, Mr. Chairman, that strategy has got three facets. There's the component of strategy formulation, there's the facet of strategy implementation, there's the facet of strategy monitoring, evaluation, and reporting. All these facets of strategy, Mr. Chairman, are anchored on what critical success factor, which is leadership. We don't have a shortage of strategic plans in this country. Historically, since independence, we have always developed good strategic plans. But we have been having a leadership deficit. What do I mean by a leadership deficit? Anytime you come up with a major change program, you must have a transformational leadership that can facilitate effective implementation of those change programs, while at the same time ensuring that you have got an elaborate risk mitigation framework, Mr. Chairman. We have had good plans, but the will to implement some of these plans has been a challenge, based on leadership at the top echelons, Mr. Chairman. I'm happy, Mr. Chairman, that today, under the Kenya Kwanza government, we have got a leadership that is transformational, a leadership that is a change agent, a leadership that is ready and willing to venture into hitherto unfamiliar territories for the benefit of the Kenyan people. And I believe that in the next phase of our strategic planning cycle, where we are going to develop the 2023-2022 strategic plan for ministries and the implementing agencies, we will not just come up with strategic plans that will not be implemented, Mr. Chairman. So that then will facilitate successful implementation of the strategic plans. So the answer is leadership deficit has been a problem. The issue of mainstreaming of arts, that one I've answered. The issue of whether students will have access to technology, I believe in the principles of equity, impartiality, and equitability, Mr. Chairman. We are going to enhance the ICT infrastructure indiscriminately to to all parts of the country so that we have got adequate ICT infrastructure in every village up to every household, Mr. Chairman, so that our ICT functional domain can contribute to the extent of the envisaged 10% of the GDP, Mr. Chairman. Issue of KBC, yes, I agree with Mheshimiwa again that we need to look at staff motivation. My position on this is as below, Mr. Chairman. One, the remuneration structures in government are largely regulated by the Salaries Review Commission. But as a consultant, I believe that our remuneration architecture should be informed by an objective job evaluation exercise, whether it is done by SRC or any other private sector provider. But the guiding principle should be the ability to pay. If KBC was turned around through an effective turnaround strategy and it became viable, feasible, and has the ability to pay, nothing stops you from telling SRC that, look, these are the salaries and remuneration levels that you are proposing to enable us attract and retain the staff that we already have. We want to benchmark our salaries and benefits levels with the prevailing market rates, and we have got the ability to pay. SRC will not stop you. The only problem we have in the public sector, Mr. Chairman, is that organizations rely, or largely, parastatals rely largely on the exchequer for purposes of funding. We need to move away from that space so that we become creative and innovative by way of exploring new and more viable means of resource mobilizations, anchored on an appropriate and elaborate innovative resource mobilization strategy, Mr. Chairman. Of course, backed up with diversification of the revenue streams. Issues of sponsorships, which I've undertaken over a long period of time to our sporting fraternity, Gor Mahia, AFC, and the like. Yes, I agree with you fully and exclusively that we need to cascade this down to the lowest levels. Just yesterday, I was having a discussion with my counterpart nominee for sports, Honorable Ababu Namwamba, and this is something that we want to pursue together, Mr. Chairman. I've got a lot of passion for sports and development of the hitherto untapped youth talent.
Rock Industries Limited wanakuletea bidhaa za plastiki zinazotumika kila siku maishani, kuanzia matumizi ya jikoni, usafi na shuleni, miongoni mwa matumizi mengine. Chakula kitamu sio upishi tu, kikiwa kitamu kisha kipakuliwa katika vyombo maridadi kinakuwa kitamu zaidi. Ndio maana Rock Industries Limited wanahakikisha mezani na jikoni kunapendeza kwa kukuletea vyombo maridadi vya plastiki. Vyombo hivi ni vya viwango vya juu, vyenye rangi nzuri ya kupendeza, umbo wa kuvutia na vinadumu. Baadhi ya bidhaa za plastiki kutoka Rock Industries Limited ni vikombe, glasi, sahani, jagi, begi, bakuli, vijiko, vichana na kadhalika. Na bidhaa hizi muhimu zinapatikana katika duka lililo karibu nawe pamoja na maduka ya jumla kwa bei nafuu. Kwa maelezo zaidi, wasiliana na Industries Limited kupitia nambari 0722575619 au 0736028181.
Kaluma King Herbal Lozenges zinazo nguvu maradufu kutuliza kikohozi, vidonda vya koo na mafua. Kaluma King ni shwari.
Chika mama huyo muharifu kaiba kuku zangu, vifaranga wangu na mayai zote pia kabeba. Haya, chika mama huyo.
Maumivu yakizidi, muone daktari.
Big things zima come in small packages. How well do you know what's happening around you?
Morning Cafe with heated political debates. Baraza la Siasa.
Hiyo kitu azungumzie, angalie hali ya maisha ya watu.
Informative health discussions. Business, farming. Tasty Wednesday, Fitness Thursday, and Feel Good Friday with amazing DJs, celebs,
waimbaji, kuna comedians, alafu kuna wajinga,
and music bands every Monday to Friday from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. How well do you know what's happening around you? Morning Cafe with heated political debates. Baraza la Siasa.
Hiyo kitu azungumzie, angalie hali ya
For we need to go a step further and curtail strongly performing organizations so that they come to the same level with organizations which are inefficient. Organizations have to be creative, innovative to survive. And in that operational environment, Mr. Chairman, it is cutthroat competition, and it is incumbent upon you as a player to cut your own niche in that operational environment. Ours is to provide an enabling legal, regulatory, and policy environment as government. The issue of semi-autonomous areas, yes, as to whether or not we will extend the ICT infrastructure into those places, yes, and we will actually leverage on the Universal Service Fund, yeah, so that we utilize the resources available within that basket to extend the ICT infrastructure to those places so that we have got some equity and equitability in the provision of ICT infrastructure, Mr. Chairman. Of government functions with the mandates, functional mandates of the ministries. Executive orders, Mr. Chairman, are not cast on stone. They are developed by human beings. As and when there is an anomaly detected, yeah, within what the functional mandates of various ministries espouses and where the implementing agencies are domiciled, these can always be relooked at. In fact, as I speak, ourselves as cabinet nominees, we have been asked already just to look at the executive order and propose any value proposition based on these functional mandates to facilitate effective alignment. So this can be done, it will be done, and it has always been done, Mr. Chairman. The issue of telecom as to whether we are reverting to state ownership, I'm a strong believer that the work of government is to provide an enabling legal and regulatory framework as opposed to competing with the private sector in business, Mr. Chairman. But for strategic reasons, which I had mentioned earlier, we also need to recognize that Telecom Kenya has at its disposal or within its jurisdiction a critical mass of strategic infrastructure. That space has to be looked at from various facets of government, not just the ICT ministry itself. It has got to be looked at from the National Treasury, from the Ministry of Interior, and again, based on the principle of collective responsibility within government, I promise that if I assume office, I will discuss and get to a level playing ground or develop a common denominator with my counterparts, and we will come up with a feasible way forward as far as telecom is concerned within the short run. The issue of safeguarding talent and intellectual property, I believe that answered that again. We need to strengthen the legal and regulatory framework. I've talked about the enforcement of the copyright law. I've also talked about the issue of just ensuring that we eliminate duplicity of effort between the Kenya Film Corporation and the Kenya Film Classification Board. Through a relevant bill taken to Parliament, Mr. Chairman, we can actually, in my view, end up with one entity that can take care of the whole of that space while charged with the mandate of ensuring optimal exploitation of the talent that we have amongst our youth on one hand, and also through the establishment and operationalization of a Kenya Film Fund, ensuring that we have got adequate provision of finances to these young people on the other, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Chairman, spirit, through Chairman, spirit of Safaricom.
You see, Mr. Chairman, there are very basic but fundamental economic principles that we need to conform or align to in the private sector. Safaricom has got two main facets. There's the telco side and there's the finance side. The telco side will largely be regulated by policy formulation from the ICT and Digital Economy Ministry. On the flip side of it, the money side, based on the law, needs to be regulated by provisions of the CBK Act. I believe that to facilitate effective regulation, this is what has informed the envisaged split between the two functional domains, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mole.
Thank you. Probably, Nominee, you need to understand my question is coming from the basis whereby the national government want to do connectivity for the entire country, and the county governments, or the 47 counties, whereby we have the national optic fiber project.
Yes.
The issue is this. We need to open up this program to Kenyans, and then Kenyans to understand, whereby we are linking it up with the device management system, that is the DMS, which will likely going to monitor whichever call you will make, whichever call I'll make, whichever call Wanjiku will make in this country, and that amounts to discrimination on conversation between Kenyans and start monitoring Kenyans. What are your thoughts at the CS ITC?
Secondly, also,
I'm not opening any round two.
Yeah, you're not.
Answer the questions.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Chair,
now,
clarification, Chair. It's important.
Yes, Posing.
You know, Chair. Yes, thank you, Chair. You know, we are here also for people. That's why we are vetting. And as representative of the people, I didn't get my answer properly about the network, Mr. Chair.
Poor network.
Poor network. No, really not. I agree, poor and even no network.
Non-existent network.
Non-existent network in the entire pastoralist areas. An example, so that people don't think that we are talking from nowhere. If you go, like, for example, Tiati, there's no network, and that's why there's insecurity. If there was network, maybe we could have even gone to those areas. Baragoi, the entire, come to Marsabit, and entire northern Chair, it seems maybe the nominee has never been in those areas. Maybe. That's why maybe he might not understand how it is happening. So what is his opinion or take as he might come in if we approve him?
Okay. Quickly.
I think the approach should be, if you get this job.
Yes.
What are you going to do to have 100% coverage by all these networks across the country?
Yes.
Yes. That is what you want, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes.
One, as a ministry, so that I pick up that question quickly before I refer to the former, we will ensure that there is adequate ICT infrastructure in these areas through the envisaged 100,000 kilometers fiber optic network. That is one. Then two, we will engage the players correspondingly, the market players, to also ensure that they entrench their services to these areas. If the two go hand in hand, we'll be home and dry. It's as simple as that. Okay? That's why we are coming in as change agents to do it, Mr. Chairman. Let us not be captive to the past. We are coming in.
Don't exchange with him.
I'm addressing you, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
That's why we are coming in to bring about change, Mr. Chair. My apologies. Yeah. We cannot be captive to the past. We are coming in to offer transformational leadership that is going to introduce radical change so that we are not captive to the status quo. And we will do it, Mr. Chairman. The second question was the issue of data security, Mr. Mule raised. You see, there's the issue of the Data Protection Act on one hand, and the Computer Misuse and Cybersecurity Act on the other, Mr. Chairman. One, The Data Protection Act, among others, is meant to facilitate a situation where data in the hands of the market players is not abused or misused. And the provisions are very clear. So we need actually just to enhance that. And if there are any issues or emerging issues that need to be addressed, again, I've said from the onset that we will adapt a participatory approach and engage all stakeholders so that their views can be integrated into this process. We also need to understand, Mr. Chairman, that the rate of change of legislation or legislative reforms or policy and regulatory reforms is slower than the rate of innovation. So if innovation is ahead of legislation or policy or regulatory framework, then we will definitely introduce changes or propose changes to the existing policy, legal and regulatory frameworks so that it responds to the needs of the market. I believe I've answered.
Eliud Owalo, tell us in 3 minutes what you wish this committee to do for you.
One, Mr. Chairman, in my concluding remarks, my proposition is that I've got a vision in the sector. My vision is an empowered and digitized Kenyan society. To realize this vision, I believe working together with the team that we have within the ministry and the sector at large, including the implementing agencies, we should be able to facilitate economic transformation of Kenya while leveraging on ICT for purposes of competitiveness and sustainable development. I believe that I'm coming into this sector, Mr. Chairman, to offer transformational leadership, to introduce change, and to realize this, I'll ensure that we have got appropriate planning framework within the ministry and the implementing agencies. I'll ensure that we have got structures that are effectively aligned to the strategy at all levels to facilitate implementations of the plans that we will have. I'll ensure we have got comprehensive performance management framework that will facilitate implementation of these strategic plans, while at the same time also having a comprehensive monitoring and evaluation and reporting framework. This will be anchored on my ability to facilitate provision of transformational leadership that facilitates change within the sector, Mr. Chairman. At the tail end of my tenure, on behalf of government, I would wish that my performance be evaluated on the basis of facilitation of universal access to internet everywhere at affordable rates. I would also wish, which I hereby commit, that my performance should be evaluated on the basis of digitization of government processes to facilitate not just a paperless government, but also to leverage on that technology to create jobs on one hand, while on the flip side of it, also capitalizing on the efficiency and effectiveness that will be facilitated by ICT to reduce the cost of living. I also wish that my performance, Mr. Chairman, as I conclude, will be evaluated on the basis of rejuvenation of the Kenya News Agency, revitalization of the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, and revitalization of the Postal Corporation of Kenya in response to the needs of the market, while at the same time benchmarking with the global best practices. The will is there, Mr. Chairman. The capabilities, skills, and experience is there. And I can only promise that given the opportunity, Mr. Chairman, we will deliver on this mandate. We are equal to the task, and we will not let Kenyans down. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. That's my humble submission.
Thank you, Mr. Eliud Owalo. That was an interactive session that has been quite interesting. We want to wish you well and allow you to leave to your other duties. Sergeant, you can show the Honorable Owalo the way out.
Am I allowed to ask a question?
No, you are not.
Okay.
What is it you want to ask?
I wanted to find out if I can report to office this afternoon.
No, you can't. You are a nominee.